The country we had been building for years what we then saw. It was the package we unwrapped on November 5th. We learned something. Oh boy, didn't we all learn something? To my delight and to the chagrin of others, we learned that we were a country that actually did want a border, a country that actually did want a functioning economy, a country where more people actually do know how many genders there are. And just a final word on a news story. The Supreme Court's hearing these gender cases, 36 states trying to protect kids. Your state doesn't have to protect kids, but the Supreme Court should say that it certainly can to stop these monstrous surgeries. So, hey, leave that for another day for you to talk about tomorrow. He's back tomorrow. I'm Mark Davis. Follow me on the old Twitter, the old X there, at Mark Davis. Thank you, Dwayne Adam Harley. Thank you, Hugh. And thanks to all of you for hanging out. And Merry Christmas on the Hugh Hewitt Show. I'm Mark Davis. See you soon.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you in part by Prison Fellowship. Click on the Angel Tree banner at the top of HughHewitt.com.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
The new administration has hinted at one of its boldest moves yet, America's return to the gold standard. Backing the U.S. dollar with gold would create stability in a time of rapid economic change, pushing the price of gold higher than we've seen in decades. Those who act now could be positioned to benefit the most. Premier Gold specializes in helping those with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts utilize a little-known loophole to move some of their savings into physical gold. Today, they'd like to send you a free gold standard kit to help you decide if this process is right for you. Call 606-800-8000 to take advantage of current rollover policies. Early action on physical gold could position your portfolio for maximum growth. Call Premier Gold at 606-800-8000. Call 606-800-8000 now. Premier Gold is not a financial advisor. Please consult with your advisor before investing. Call 606-800-8000.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I don't really like working.
I'm gonna need a priority parking space.
I only work remotely.
How are your safe spaces?
Can I bring my dog to work?
Will your company protect me against microaggressions?
You're triggering me. Is this interview almost over?
You don't run a daycare, you run a business. So why use high-priced recruitment agencies who charge you up to 40% of an employee's first-year salary? So they're focused on getting you the costly talent, not the best fit, which means you get more of this.
What's your policy on paying employees to attend protests?
And I demand 8 weeks of vacation.
This is House Call for Health. Turns out you can get a lot more than just a good read at your local library. A growing number of these public facilities are extending their services to provide care for their communities, many offering wellness programs. Those include mobile clinics, free mental health workshops, workout classes, food pantries, and more. It can be especially helpful for more rural areas with a lack of these resources, which can force some residents to drive miles for certain care. Some libraries are even partnering with other agencies to extend their services. Advocates say libraries are the perfect centers to help bridge gaps in healthcare, citing how they can reach diverse groups and don't require insurance or ID for folks to benefit from these amenities. Many libraries have partnered with the American Heart Association's Libraries with Heart program, which provides self-monitored blood pressure kits. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A mystery over New Jersey. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Every night for the past few weeks, except Thanksgiving, clusters of drones have been spotted not far from some sensitive areas, including a Trump golf course, and described as bigger than typical recreational drones.
So the FBI confirms it is investigating, telling Fox News, quote, witnesses have spotted the cluster of what looked to be drones and a possible fixed-wing aircraft. The Morris County Sheriff's Office says there's no immediate danger, but the drones are flying over sensitive sensitive areas, including not only Trump National Golf Club, but also the Picatinny Arsenal military base. So the FAA is canceling flights over both of those locations right now.
Fox's Nate Foy. State and local officials also investigating. New York City police say it appears United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was targeted by the gunman who killed him early today in Midtown Manhattan.
What we know is that the shooter arrived at the location on foot about 5 minutes prior to the victim's arrival.
Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny says Thompson was walking to the hotel where an investors meeting was being held. The suspect last seen heading into Central Park on an e-bike. The U.S. Supreme Court hearing a fight over gender-affirming care for minors.
This case is about access to medications that have been safely prescribed for decades to treat many conditions, including gender dysphoria.
U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar arguing a Tennessee ban goes too far. But the Tennessee Solicitor General, J. Matthew Rice, says the ban is aimed at protecting children from risky and unproven medical treatments.
These interventions carry often irreversible and life-altering consequences, and the systematic reviews conducted by European health authorities have found no established benefits.
The legal challenge is over the law's ban on puberty blockers, hormones, and other medical treatment, not the ban on surgery for minors. Those arguments, scheduled for an hour, lasted for 2.5. America is listening to Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Download it now.
Airline executives land on the Capitol Hill Grill for a Senate hearing on fees.
Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley asked Spirit Airline executive Matt Klein about why their carry-on bag fee can vary wildly.
You're going to get charged more.
Not always. Sometimes you'll get charged less.
Exactly. Right. Sometimes. Right. But you'll never know, right? That's the beauty of it. It's like Russian roulette.
Kansas Republican Senator Roger Marshall asked Andrew Nocella at United about the money some airlines make in fees from financial institutions when people swipe their airline-linked reward credit card.
So you take in $3 billion. Is that a kickback from the swipe fee, or is the bank giving you extra money in your order to entice people with the voodoo miles that you're giving them?
It's neither a kickback and they're not voodoo miles.
A Senate Democrat said he hoped the executives were noting the anger here is bipartisan.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Cruise ship passengers will pay more for port calls in Mexico, where lawmakers voted today to extend an immigration charge of more than $40 to cruise passengers who used to be exempt. Mexico's Caribbean coast is home to Cozumel, the busiest port of call for cruises in the world. Some business and tourism officials warning the change could make other countries' Caribbean ports more competitive. South Korea's President Yoo facing a move to impeach him after a short-lived declaration of martial law yesterday, prompting protests and clashes outside Parliament.
Eventually, the Parliament voted to lift martial law, and the decision was accepted by the president and his cabinet, though it had been around 50 years since martial law was last declared in South Korea. And today, lawmakers of South Korea's opposition party, along with protesters, are reacting, calling for their president to step down.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Seoul. A motion to impeach could get a vote as early as Friday. In the deeply divided French Parliament, they find common ground on a vote to oust the prime minister, the first successful no-confidence vote there since 1962. An hour to the close, new highs on Wall Street. The Dow's up 269. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Stay connected for your chance to win $2,000 in cash from IT&E. From now until December 22, prepaid and postpaid subscribers all have the chance to win the grand prize or weekly prizes like gift certificates, a TV, gaming console, smartwatch, and more. To earn entries, renew or sign up on a plan, pay your postpaid bill on time, enroll in autopay, or purchase prepaid load and products. Visit ite.net or any IT&E store for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Top of the day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:07 on Thursday, the 5th of December. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Taiwan President Lai Ching-te arrived on Guam last night, greeted by Governor Luliang Guerrero and local Taiwanese community members. Lai's stop is part of a Pacific tour promoting democracy and sustainability while strengthening diplomatic ties. His visit includes meetings with Guam leaders, a legislative resolution presentation, and a luncheon hosted by the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office. Beijing criticized the trip, calling it a provocation due to China's claim over Taiwan. Lai previously visited the Marshall Islands and plans to travel to Palau next. Guam officials see the visit as an opportunity to boost tourism and economic ties. The governor plans to lead a delegation to Taiwan in 2025 to strengthen connections. Meanwhile, South Korea's brief martial law declaration has sparked concern among Guam's Korean community. Late Tuesday, President Yoon Suk-yeol declared emergency martial law but reversed the decision just hours later after backlash from lawmakers and the public. Aina Lee, a member of Guam's Korean community, expressed anxiety for family and friends in South Korea but reassured others that Seoul remains safe for travel. The martial law decree would have restricted protests and political activities. Protesters now demand Yoon's resignation or impeachment. Lee hopes for peaceful resolution, saying it's best to let Yoon's term finish without further conflict. Guam's Korean consulate has declined to comment on the situation. We'll have more news after this.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Guam's top veterinarian says the risk of bird flu spreading to humans on the island remains low. Dr. Mariana Turner assures residents that pasteurized milk is safe and Guam doesn't import raw milk, which eliminates one transmission route. The Department of Agriculture expanded its poultry import ban to include Hawaii after bird flu was detected there. While human cases have been confirmed in the U.S. and Canada, there's no evidence of person-to-person transmission. Migratory birds pose a small risk to Guam's poultry. Testing kits for poultry are expected to arrive this week. Residents should report unusual poultry deaths to the Department of Agriculture. And Guam's largest Catholic procession honoring Santa Maria in Kamalan, the island's patron saint, will happen on Monday, December 9, instead of the traditional December 8. The change aligns with liturgical norms since the 8th falls on a Sunday this year. Events include a solemn mass, novena, and procession through Hagåtña streets with a 300-year-old statue of the saint. The statue is deeply revered, believed to protect Guam from disasters. Thousands attend the annual event, a major tradition for the island's 85% Catholic population. The holiday is also a Gov Guam observance this year. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
So Monday's
the procession.
Okay, gotcha. I've been paying
paying much attention to all of that, but I suppose now we ought to. Where are we? 6:10 in the morning. Isolated showers are in the forecast for today under otherwise mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. East winds 8 to 14 miles an hour. On the screen right now, got a picture of the sun attempting to come up about 20 minutes early over at Pirates Cove. We'll keep an eye on the shores and let you know what's happening out there. Partly cloudy with isolated showers in the forecast for tonight. Tomorrow, though, back to scattered showers and thunderstorms. So we'll go and take a look at what's happening on the weather map here, the satellite imagery, and see where we are and what's going on here. Satellite imagery on this one is showing that we've got, where is it? Where's the Guam on that one? There it is. You can see where Guam is, kind of in an open cut, and not a whole lot happening to the east of us right now. But there is, looks like there's some chop coming in from a couple of hundred miles away, several hundred miles away. Well, that's going to be here tomorrow, and that's why we've got scattered showers and thunderstorms returning to the forecast. Saturday and Friday night, scattered showers under mostly cloudy skies. Then it gets back to be to Saturday, and then they're saying it's going to be partly sunny again. So it's just that ugly chop, as I said, a few hundred miles away, that's going to color things up on Friday. Heat index going to make it feel like 92 degrees here today. We've got a 40% chance of rain. Careful on the waters. Jellyfish warnings are out there. Reminder, they can sting you even after they're dead, just like the legislature. Surf hazards are in effect right now, as well as rip currents, so be careful on the water. Sunrise, like I said, not for another 19 minutes or so at 6:30. Sunset tonight should be about 5:53. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for how many years? 70 years.
It's here. A fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Hey, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. You know what? They're your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We'll try to get answers for you here this morning, up to and including just what the hell happened last night about 5 o'clock. Anybody, anything? Did it almost feel like one of those Armageddon moments here? It did for me, and I'll explain why. I'd just gotten in the car. I was headed over to Capitol Kitchen for this shindig last night. Gotten into the car, and I'm listening to, I got The Point playing on the radio, and all of a sudden it goes, shh. Silence. And then it came back up. And I said, well, that's interesting. But, you know.
Did you look up to the sky?
Yes. Yes, I did. You never know what's going to be happening. These are crazy, crazy days. We got the crazy the Chi-Coms out there with the crazy Norks out in North Korea. And we got Chi-Coms helping out the Ruskies in the battle of the Ukraine. And we got the war with Israel and everybody, all their neighbors. It's a strange and dangerous time. And so I was thinking, okay, well, what the heck was that? And so I start checking around. I go to a point. Okay, we're on the air. Go to Boss 104, click there on the air. Go to star 101, click there on the air. And I'm going, okay, I guess everything's all right. And then I went up and down the rest of the dial just because I was curious. And there were no other radio stations on the air at the time. Oh, my God, Joe. It was weird. And I'm not the only one that did that. I'd run into a couple of other people at the shindig that said, yeah, we did the same thing. And it was just freaky all of a sudden when there was nothing else on the air except Ray Gibson's radio stations. And I'm like, okay, well, that's cool, happy. And just a little bit of a program note here is you might recall, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had an issue where we were off the air for a big chunk of the day. And as it turns out, there was a power outage. The generator had failed. It had an oil leak. And so we finally got the part in yesterday morning. Nice. And my generator, Kuya, sends me a thing yesterday morning, says, I got the part, and I'm going to be making the repairs today, and just in time for, well, I don't know whatever happened with the Power Authority. I'm still kind of unsure. Last word that I got from Tracy, actually, among the first words that I got from Tracy over at the Power Authority last night as things were going on, she was kind of keeping me up to date in something like real time and some very, very interesting things. Apparently, they lost one of the base load generators. PD number 8 went offline.
Dude, not number 8.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we got that there. Base load plant down, and another one was operating, but it was operating on reduced capacity, and I think they lost one of the solars as well. So I mean, it's just all kinds of hell breaking loose.
Scottish people working there, dude.
Over at the Power Authority yesterday, and that changed a lot of people's lives. All of a sudden, you're going, wait a second, I don't have a gas stove, do I? How am I going to cook dinner? So I think there might be
dinner time,
I think there might be a lot of places. Well, so it was Carmageddon. That was the first part.
Out. Yeah.
When the lights went out, street lights go out, and nobody knows what the hell's. We don't know how to drive that way.
No.
Every
Mad
man,
Max.
every woman for himself on the roadway.
Welcome to Thunderdome.
Oh, it's great. This is Sparta. This intersection is mine. That's what
true, man.
That
I
was
didn't
what it
care
was
either.
like. It's just great. And then people going, okay, well, where am I going to go fix some dinner for everybody? And finally, I don't want to say that we're out of it. At 10-something last night, the power went out at my house for about 45 minutes. Came back on. I could tell.
Me too.
Yeah, right.
Dude, we're on the same grid.
It must be. Well, or maybe the situation was that bad. So we've reached out to members of the GPA family, and I asked Tracy this morning for an update. Her response is, "Don't have one regarding plant status yet. I'll send when." Soonest. Okay, gotcha. We reached out to Simon Sanchez and asked him maybe if he might be able to update us on the sit rep this morning, and his response. Nothing I can add that isn't already out there. It sucks until Ukadu.
That's a statement.
That
there,
is a
man.
statement.
It
Wait a second.
sucks.
10 months away. From the Ukadu plant.
Ever since I got solar, I hadn't had worrier. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, here's my line. As long as I've got a UPS attached to my Starlink, I don't care. I will still be able to hit my X and go see what's going on. When I say hit my X, I mean Twitter. Okay, just for clarity.
Yes.
I don't want anybody to be
Not
thinking,
assault.
where's this guy going to be spending Christmas in jail? No. Anyway, says until then can be touchy when multiple units are down. That's my interview. So I think maybe we'll see if there's any other spokespeople and arrangements we can get from the Power Authority. Those of you that are heading into work this morning, might be a couple of things that are beeping and might still need some kind of attention, so you might want to lurk into all of that. I got in a little bit earlier this morning and discovered that most of the plans that I'd put together recently to make sure that we could survive something like that, knock on wood, we did okay. Everything was okay on your side?
Awesome.
Right? Do we still have those Ginger Cruise commercials, by the way? If we needed to, we still have a backup, the emergency backup.
I have them on my phone.
Of Ginger Spots.
I saved them.
Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you, especially after all of the goings and comings last night. Oh, and a special guest arrival. And most people remarking on just the nature of the security arrangements. And I'm trying to figure out how it happened. There's people that are going, dude, there's a big shot on Guam. What's going on? And
G6 private jet.
And I'm going, bro, we've only been talking about this for the last week.
Yeah.
The big shot that is in town is the president of an entire country right down the street. Maybe you've heard of it. It's called Taiwan. And the president has been rolling around all over the Pacific region and meeting with friends and allies. His stop over here on Guam, and I think his next stop is to go meet with President Whips.
Dude, they all look like they work at some Hawaiian bank
In Palau, right? Dress.
Look at that, dude.
As we say, drive.
It's Island Style Friday.
Drive to the conditions, dress to the conditions. Thank you very much. Where's the shell lays? Do we have shell lays? Yes. Yeah, no, we found the grass lays. Governor Lulian Guerrero. There's Jeff and there's Ricky Hernandez. I don't know who the other gentleman is in the brown, but yeah, a big deal was made. I'm told that there was even military escorts, military helicopters that were escorting them. Of course, I'm kind of curious as to what time. Donna, do we know what time the president come in to Guam? Do we have any indication on that? Because I'm wondering what restaurant was open. I mean, with the load shedding and everything, number one. Number two, what restaurants were open? We were making the pitch.
Government house kitchen.
For the old Newtown or Panda Express. My personal preference, VIP in Tumon. That would have been the go-to. We get in one of those private rooms there and just have everybody bring us one of each from the buffet.
Oh, yeah.
And a few of the other very, very
Lazy
special
Susan.
things that they've got there. They've got the best Lazy Susans on Guam over at VIP. The president of Taiwan would have been sufficiently impressed with the quality of the Lazy Susans over at VIP, but I digress here this morning. There is quite a lot going on in the table of contents, and among the things that we're looking forward to, this is the hard part of being the talk radio guy, is that there's the legislature is going into its last session. I know, right?
Yes.
Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? Where's the credit cards? What are they going to be talking about?
Open.
That could cost me some money. Could be a bump, some kind of a hurdle in my life to get over. I'm not sure, but it is all at this point speculative because we don't know what the legislature, what these lame duck senators are going to be doing. Several of them have been asked by popular demand by the voters of Guam not to return to their chairs in the 38th Guam legislature. And I'm wondering if might be any sour grapes, any scorched earth votes that are going to be taking place from among those who have been disinvited from the process. So we'll see what we can find out. And obviously there's a few interesting things that they're going to be going after. And one of them could be if Chris Barnett finds enough support to get it talked about on the floor of the legislature, a conversation about ensuring that any new hospital that is built on Guam is built in the village of Tamuning. It has gone up and gone over, got vetoed, and now a plan for an override. He had suggested when we spoke earlier this week that he was going to be pushing for an override of 185. Now, whether that happens or not in the outgoing 37th Guam legislature remains to be seen, or will it be one of the first things that he does as a minority representative of the people of Guam in the 38th Guam legislature introduce then? I don't know. As I said, everything is speculative until the members of the legislature meet. We'll see who we can talk to this morning and find out a little bit more about what the sentiment is among at least some of the Republicans in the 37th Guam legislature. In the meantime, it's 6:23 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. We got all kinds of incredible people. And you know what? All of you, honorary presidents of the country of Taiwan, right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. Troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Nice. 6:24 in the morning on screen right now. A bunch of pictures of the bustling. Well, not quite bustling. It looks like he's the only one on the road right now. Stephen Blake sending in pictures of functioning, even though we don't need one at this intersection, traffic lights.
Where's that at?
You know where Carbolito Elementary is?
I do.
Yeah. That's the turn from Route 8 into where Carbolito is.
Okay, Cherry.
Oh, yeah, right. But
I hate that light.
Yep, there you go. Absolutely.
That's right before Teedson.
So that was the one that they put up there, and the idea behind it was always going to be like in blink mode unless a car came up and then it needed to turn.
Yeah.
Which is the way it should be. It should be at all intersections,
like
if you ask me. Like states, you know, we got a sensor. We're going to go ahead and use
America.
it. On the other hand, I'm familiar with fender benders through the years over in that particular area, and it usually came down to just inattentive drivers, and I'm seeing that a lot more. I don't know about you, I'm seeing a lot more,
Distracted driving.
Distracted driving, and you know what the number one culprit is?
Don't say it, Ray.
Cell phone, bro. Cell phone.
Yeah,
I tell you,
officer. We see you, cops.
If I remember, I'll tell you the story about this guy I was driving next to the other night. I'm right next to this guy. Might as well tell the story now. So I'm headed home from hanging out over at the beach all day, and I'm having a good time. Got my sunburn on, got my grill marks, and there's this truck next to me, and I can hear this noise coming from the truck, and it wasn't music or anything like that. It was the guy had a FaceTime call while he was driving, and he had the phone literally in front of him while he was driving.
Yeah.
He had the phone right there.
Never looked at the road.
What road? Never saw it. Never saw it. I don't know. The guy was driving by.
That's some skill.
He was driving by field. The force was helping him drive up and down the road, because otherwise he was talking to his mom or his yaya or somebody on the cell phone while he was doing it. Headed home a few days ago and taking Magagaga Highway up in Tijan, and there's a guy. I'm headed south, towards the Payless intersection. I'm headed in that direction, and a guy is coming up to me, and he's literally got the phone on the steering wheel. He's looking at the phone on the steering wheel like it's transparent, like he's got it. If he can see through one eye, and got one eye on the road and one eye on the cell phone. I'm trying to figure out what it is that is so captivating. On the other hand, he might have been watching replays of the Ray Gibson Show, to which I say, thank you, sir. I appreciate.
Carry on.
Carry on. I appreciate your mad driving skills, bro. Anyway, 626 who's number one today? Rico Blankenfloor. Big man Rico out there.
Baba Yaga.
Appreciate you, buddy. And then Stephen Blake, Ismail Velez online, Elizabeth Mendiola, Kitchitudes, and EOD Kaboom Real Joe. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hot wise.
And the early risers.
Good morning.
Lori with a Y. Duenas is there. Like I said, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Is online watching the program.
Good morning, guy.
There's Bandit. There's Gina Marie Tenorio Call. Buenas teacher. Nice to see you online. Scott K. Armstrong. Have a day to Bandit. Says, have a day, Ms. Bennett. Ismail says, so does Hunter's pardon work against the rent he owes? Apparently owes his landlord $300,000 and used the Secret Service to get rid of the landlord.
Dude, just forgive that.
Ismail, I appreciate it. I appreciate the lengths to which you are going here for these tidbits of information, and we can't get rid of the Bidens fast enough. I appreciate that, but the real adventures right now on X or Twitter, whatever it is that you're calling it, the real adventure. My For You feed is Japanese bikini models. It's always been. But that has now been supplanted. Now I'm getting more and more mentions on my For You feeds of U.S. UFOs.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
I told you they're coming, man.
Well, they were supposed to get here yesterday, but according to some kind of computerized prediction they made back in 1997, the UFOs were supposed to arrive yesterday, but I'm thinking, well, maybe they got confused on the Guam time thing, and so they were going
Tomorrow aliens.
It's like, yeah. They're supposed to be like yesterday, but they used the Guam Day calendar, so maybe they're a day behind. I don't know, but I'm starting to see a whole lot of images and some compelling images, too, of UFOs all over Twitter right now. So I appreciate Ismail. I appreciate you sending all that stuff up.
Get ready, guys.
The redirect. How are we going? God, let's hope that they're friendly. Anyway, Zero Young. You know what? Can you guys wait? Can you? If you're one of these, UFO command, and I'll try to speak in your language. I'll use English. Is what we'd like you to do is show up here in about 48, 49 days. Because by then, when you come out and say, take me to your leader, we'll be able to take you to Donald Trump. We don't want to take you to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
No.
Or the shadow president, Barack Obama.
Not those reptilians.
Who's currently running the planet. No, the reptilian is Zuckerberg. He's you've seen pictures of him. The guy doesn't blink. Gerald Young online, Lori Duenas, Bandits there, the original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, watching the program and the festivities online. Half a day to you, my brother. I got James Bondo. I wonder if Thirsty Thursday is the same as Black Friday for bar owners. Well, they're all still open, so it must be working. And if you're wondering about Thirsty Thursday, always keep an eye on Sarita's things. Sarita always has some kind of activity. She doesn't normally say so when it's happening. But I think if you go and stalk her page and see all of her Friday posts, maybe you get a better idea, a better semblance of where it is that she is going on the Thirsty Thursday things. Carlene Harker saying half a day, Ray. Dean and Liza Castro. There's JB St. Nicolas. Good morning, all. Tommy Garcia. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove. Jeff Pleadwell coming back. I'm sorry, JB coming back with the countdown to Christmas. 19 days, 18 hours or so. I think we're rounding that up to 20. If you want the actual Christmas countdown vibe, you got to be listening for Frank de Crank Camacho, who is the voice of Christmas countdowning here on 93.3 The Point. Senator Vince Borja online. Hava Tommy, good to see you there. Nick Prolosky doing some. He's not growling. I also stalked Nick. What's his name? Prolosky's page, and he and his beautiful wife had a lovely dinner last night.
Oh yeah.
Yes, out because they couldn't cook in the house. So they went out to
Candle
Tumon,
lit.
had some nice chow. There's Valerie Carbolito online working hard at the shindig at Capitol Kitchen last night. Thank you so much for the invitation. It was really, really fantastic. And tell Casey, well, I told Casey last night, I said I had one of each of everything that you had on the buffet, and everything that I put in my mouth was awesome. Thank you very much. Lori with the wide duanes, Joy and Pico, Lulu Nye. There's Bill Petit. Gears and Beers says Thirsty Thursday. Those are our people. Are they not real, Joe?
Man, if it's beer, then
Down.
they are.
What about the gears part?
Yeah.
Can I just
either
show
way,
up? Can I just perpetrate?
you can.
Like I know how to ride a bicycle?
I'll pack you.
You pack me down there.
my handlebars.
There's Jerome McDonald online from States. Hoffa, we're all strong because of Eric Chong.
Are we?
Roland Torres is there saying good morning, Guam. Felix Bumba. And what's that? More from Ismail. NFLX, that's Netflix, continues to skyrocket. Stock was $445 a share in January and now hit an all-time high of $915 today. I'm going to say that's the Trump effect. I'm going to say that's the Trump effect with Netflix.
I agree.
I'm trying to remember what is on my Netflix queue at the house. I think I started something the other day, but I'm spending a lot of time with Amazon Prime. Less wokey stuff, less Obama-y stuff
Black
out
Mirror.
there. Well, if they come out with a new one. Maybe. Glenn Salanga's online. There's Sarita Garin saying Magandang Umaga Point family. Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, my brother Renee Lau, who likewise had a good time last night. Sarita says, let the $100 power credit stay forever.
There you go.
Governor already said there's no money.
for senator.
Governor already said there's no money. The Will Parkinson workaround.
Yeah, man, we're broke.
And I don't think it'll be in time for any legislative attention this time around. I think it's all done. But he says, all right, well, with the limited dollars that we have available, maybe we'll make it $50 a month for 2 months. So there's your $100 credit. It's just the different. It's adjusted for inflation. Jacqueline Cruz, Dwayne Santos. There's Tattoo Shauna, Nate Horns online, Ali Malakis, Joe Blas. Major, nice to see you there. Ken Augustin hanging out. Gina Augustin is online as well. Keith Dixon, Simon Sanchez is watching.
Uncle Si.
Let's say his name all morning long until he calls in and tells us what he knows about the various power outages and the shedding of load that took place last night.
To the app.
Ismail says, will Taiwan be opening another bank on Guam to buy more land and build overpriced homes? I don't know that that's the actual country doing it, but everything is overpriced these days, don't you know? Mike Grace Bloss is there. Elena Garcia, Bandit is online. Ben Servino. Jay Rojas saying aloha.
JJ, happy birthday to you. JJ, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
And he says happy birthday to Donna D.
Can I get a Chihu?
Then he said happy birthday to Shelly Girl, which freaked me out because I'm like, wait. It is December, and maybe it's my big sister Shelly's birthday.
Dude, you forgot your sister's birthday.
No, today is not her birthday.
Okay, I'm just checking,
It's
man.
my brother's birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Dave.
There we go.
Big brother Dave.
Speaking of Dave Duane is online. B-Man Dennis Larson is there. Ben says, Buenos Radio, Donna D, Jerry and the Point family. Can't believe it's already Thursday. Time sure flies when you're having fun. And, buddy, we have had a lot of fun this week already. I think I got more. I think I know I think I know who's going to be running the new hospital on Guam.
Oh, yeah.
What? Oh,
the new hospital. What do you mean the new? What
where,
new
where,
hospital?
where? You know when they build it, when they build it in Timoni?
When
I'll read you a story shortly.
Oh,
Jay Nauta says right after CCU gives raises to GPA, we have load shedding. Simon, you may call in and counter that quick before it gets to be the popular theme. Pat and Norma Jean Flores, F. Ramos. The outages really get on my old lady's last nerve, LOL. No AC for a woman over 40. That is a no-go. Frank Gunner, Solace online. Who else is playing around? Heather Paris. Huge crowd today. Everybody waiting to find out if I've got the sacred wisdom on power issues here on Guam. I'm going to pretend I do. Margaret Estachio, Christine Oliver, hunting into our weekend. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas. Jerome wants to know what color is Donna D's toenails?
Oh, yeah.
Neutral. Oh, wait. Okay.
God, that's
All
so
right,
fire.
I'm going to do this for the boys. Nude. How's that? The color of Donna D's nails today is nude. Oh, so all of a sudden, I guarantee we're getting flagged on Facebook and YouTube. Alicia Duenas Anderson hanging out. F. Ramos. Let me see. I got Edgar Tamamak saying, good morning, Guam. They sabotaged the power for the president of Taiwan. Communist conspiracy. Dude, that's a good one. The Chinese have been all pouty about this visit.
That's
since
why
he
the boaters
announced it.
are here, right?
That could be something.
The Chinese boaters are here, dude.
Tattoo Chano with her 3 cups of coffee. Auntie Bennett. Joe Dizon is online. We got Rico, Army Lynn. All right. Requisite number of balloon smugglers. We may begin. We have at least 2 balloon smugglers here.
I'm ready.
There's Dave Eckert watching the program out in Las Vegas.
Radio legend.
Peter Santos is online. Up Andy Terlai. Tracy Perez Limtiaco from the Power Authority.
Good morning, Tracy. Thank you for the donuts in advance.
Oh, not the ones from Main Street.
Oh,
Joe.
no, not
Main
those.
Street, thanks.
Did we protect that circuit? That's all I want to know. John Marich is there. Ismail, like I said, off day to Bunker. Joe Takai with his Woostig neighbors. Charles Craw. Rico says UFOs. Yes, they're there. Andy Fleur. Boy, there's a lot of conversation here. I went down on one of the tributaries on Swamp Road and was greeted by a bunch of torched junk cars. Yeah.
You had me at Swamp Road.
Let me see. You got Ronnie Lujan. That's with RONI Lujan. Real Joe? Right click. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Who else is there? Stephen Liz.
Profile's locked.
Simon wants me to show the Ukadu pics. His file is locked.
The profile's locked, man.
Did you hate that when that happens?
I do.
Ronnie knew
you
what
can't
she
even
was.
Screenshot.
Ronnie knew what she was doing when she came by the show here this morning. Let's lock it up from Ray and Joe. All right. By request, Simon Sanchez sending in a picture of Ukadu. Now, I want to try to give you an idea of the scale of what it is that you're looking at. But can you see the little man lift?
Oh,
they've got? It's little in comparison.
They hired the tiniest men.
Oh my God! Right. So that's just one part of it.
It's huge.
Let me see. Ken Augustin, Cecile Bambasuda online. Big Man Rico says illegal Chinese boaters in recent times are secret agents. I know. I've been telling you that. All right. So Simon Sanchez says 10 minutes away from lighting the fires under Ukadu and an end to load shedding.
Who's going to push the button?
Do we want to say that?
Huh?
Oh, dude, we should make that a contest.
Yeah?
We should
You
totally
get
make
to
that
push
a
the button.
Okay,
Whoever's
whoever's lost the most electronics, whoever's lost like the most air conditioning.
Who's fried the most washing machines?
Pirates Cove. Jeff from Pirates Cove, guaranteed, has fried the most equipment. We got to let him go ahead and push the button on Ukadu when it's time to get that thing going. 6:38. Whoa. Easy now. Not quite done. Got to hang out and see who's playing around on the YouTube side. Huge audience on YouTube, and it's growing day by day by day. Not as chatty as the audience on the Facebook side, but still good.
They're lurking.
Quality versus quantity, I suppose. Tommy Garcia there. Tommy Napati, Big Man Rico on this side as well. MP Ogo say good morning, Guam. Good Thursday morning. Tattoo Sean Gumatau. Likewise, I got Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist here, saying Havaday Telus. Bad Boy 671 Barbecue with his shaka. I got Tommy Tahazi. Blessed good morning to the folks. And the sad news here is there's not many sighting of Tigo Biddies.
No.
On the YouTube side. Yeah, we think about you every day. Everything is probably a guy. Anyway, so, that's how we get started in the program. As I promised, now there is a story that is lurking in the media, though not Guam media, about a hospital facility that has recently met with Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to scope out the possibilities of perhaps operating a medical facility here on Guam. Why aren't we finding out about this locally through, I don't know, Adeloop?
Yeah,
through
Gura.
Gura. Fernando Esteves
Gura will tell you.
Probably knows all about this, but hasn't said anything to anybody. Well, as usual,
I'm
I've got to
Fernando.
break the news, and I'll do that after Donna tells you the news. Now, with the news and headlines, Donna's going to catch us all up. What's going on?
Giltina Ramangwo, convicted in her 1-year-old son's death, will serve 3 years in prison. She tearfully denied harming her child during sentencing, saying, "I'm not a baby killer." Prosecutors sought 10 years, describing the child's severe condition. Her defense says she was overwhelmed but tried her best. She thanked foster parents for caring for her children. She is set to begin her sentence on January 27. And senators meet this afternoon at 2 for their final session of the term. They'll vote on more than a dozen vetoed bills, including one granting the fire department special procurement powers. The governor vetoed it over accountability concerns. Other measures include renaming the Agate precinct, creating a unified law enforcement group, and requiring education reports online. And Customs is fumigating imported Christmas trees and evergreen products to prevent invasive pests and plant diseases. Since November, 6 40-foot containers with about 3,000 trees and wreaths have been treated. Each shipment is inspected, sealed, and fumigated with methyl bromide gas before release. This process has prevented the introduction of pests, rodents, and even a skunk in the past. Fumigation has been required since 2016. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, thank you very much. And here's the story. I don't want to make you wait through commercials or whatever. The East Sider is the name. EastsiderLA.com is yeah. Because the outfit the governor's apparently talking to is associated with USC. U.S. Territory Governor Lourdes Lou Leon Guerrero and her staff toured Keck Medical Center of USC recently to talk about continuing efforts to bring better health care to the people of Guam. The visit underscored the growing partnership between Keck Medicine and the Guam government that is benefiting the island's health and well-being. The collaboration began 5 years ago when Keck Medicine saw the need to expand services to Guam, a U.S. territory that for decades has been medically underserved. That's when Southern California cardiologist Dr. Juan Carlos Quiros, who for more than a quarter century has been treating patients from Guam, reached out to Keck Medicine. Quiros spelled out the plight of patients in the isolated region, which prompted Keck Medicine to create an easy pathway for Guam patients to receive specialized care at the medical center. Hundreds of patients have traveled to Keck Medicine for treatment through this initiative, which was made possible through the USC International Health Team. The partnership, this is the fun part, right? Okay. The partnership has since expanded to include tertiary care in several specialties such as urology, otolaryngology, oncology, and ophthalmology. This year, Keck Medicine has also began tertiary cardiac care for Guam patients, which addresses the high prevalence of cardiovascular and renal diseases among the population. Guerrero, a former ICU nurse, expressed during her visit the desire to further improve the healthcare system in Guam. She talked about building a new hospital since the cost of renovating an existing one is too expensive. She sees Keck Medicine taking a major role in running the new hospital, given the institution's innovative and patient care. Governor hopes to break ground on the new hospital before she leaves office in 2026. Now, it's easy to be critical. Trust me, it's easy to be critical. But I will submit to you. And I don't know too much about Keck. I went to Grok and asked Grok to tell me a little bit about Keck Medicine and USC. And Grok on Twitter absolutely raved about it. You can look it up as well. Keck Medicine, spelled K-E-C-K, and again associated with USC. But build the hospital, yes. But get GovGuam out of the running of the hospital business, Absolutely. Absolutely. So if this is part of the plan that has yet to have been revealed, I'm sorry to ruin the surprise, Gov. Try to act surprised when she comes out and says that she's already got, working with a willing partner in California. But that is a success for the people of Guam. If we can get the government of Guam extricated from our healthcare systems as much as possible and leave it in the hands of professionals. And according to Grok and just a basic Google search, Keck Medical Center might be the guys that can do something like that. So if you were wondering about which direction that was going to go, new hospital, location, but who's going to be running it, I think we all agree that it needs to be a third party unrelated to any of the politics and the political drama and smartassery that goes on here on Guam. So take that. Journalists listening all over Guam, working in all the different newsrooms, that's your story today.
You know what I got from that story?
That's your story. Don't let Crystal Paco go anywhere until she responds. What's that?
Guam is sick.
Guam is sick?
And there's a lot of money to be made here from sick people.
There's a lot of money to be made here. Yeah, did you? Well,
make Guam healthy again.
Did you see where there's $125 million that DOE is going to be putting, and they need to. I mean, they have to do it. And congratulations to the guys over at Cortec. Scored another big contract with the rehabilitation and refurbishment of a variety of schools here on Guam. That's among the other stories that we might be bringing you as we move along, as we mosey along into what's left of the Ray Gibson Show for a Thursday. What have we got? Only 3 hours to go? Piece of cake. A quarter away from 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll take that break right about now. Come back with a quick look at what's happening on the roadways.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Keck. Isn't keck a word? That's a word in one of the languages, isn't it?
That's what they call ice, Ray. Tomorrow's.
You know what? You're not the only one that said that. Dwayne Santos says, keck medicine. I'm what keck. Baba, that's drugs. But it's spelled differently. What do we got here? Let me see if there's traffic for you. Put this up on the visual so you can see what's going on if you're watching on KUAM. This is hours old, so never mind. Your traffic situation is going to be different. Southbound Marine Corps Drive got a couple of weird intersection traffic that's happening up in the north end, up around Jigo, just before you get into the day-to-do area. Nothing at Ipao or Waisang right about now. Things are running fairly clear there. Tiny bit of traffic up around Ukadu School and lots of traffic in between. What have we got? Harmon Loop and then the intersection of 1 and 3. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. It's just slow traffic. Southbound from there into the intersection of Micronesia Mall and Marine Corps Drive. That one there is looking pretty clear. Nothing major all the way to 8, 10, and 16. From Micronesia Mall southbound and Marine Corps Drive through Upper Tumon into Tamuning shouldn't be any major problems. As usual, you'll run into some traffic over by JFK and the Kmark Hill, but south of that, things are open all the way into the downtown Agutnia area. If you're trying to sort out which way you want to get into town from Central, I'd definitely take Route 8, hardly seeing any traffic at all there. I'm starting to see some traffic as we get closer and closer to Cost You Less. Looks like there's traffic at Aposento Gardens, literally in that spot, and that's going to meet up with some traffic over at the Cost You Less light. Traffic into the Ordot, Chalampago, Sinahanya area might be running a little bit slow right now as well. If you're in downtown again, you headed to Big Navy and Sumai, looking pretty good. Straight shot. I'm be arrive alive 648. Enjoy the dry roads this morning on The Point.
I'm a young federal employee. I've never had health insurance before, but I'm thinking I should, just in case. It's federal open season, and I'm researching Take Care's HTHP option. The payroll deduction is really low. I get money in a health savings account to use, and it puts me in control of my health care. I'm choosing Take Care's HDHP option during the federal open season. You should too. Go to takecareasia.com to learn more.
Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-825-FIVE.
Hey, got a Maggie Bell watching the program here, Real Joe.
Morning, Maggie.
Right click. Dave Stickles is online. That's Tattoo Shauna's own.
Right click, lock profile.
Good morning, Guam. And Point Familia says Dave Stickles. What's that? Edgar Tomamek says, Real Joe, Guam is the old man by the sea. And F. Ramos. What
does that mean?
Well, F took my advice, and he writes what I know about County USC/Keck. They turned around a mismanaged county-run hospital and made county employees there go into a 90-day review and got rid of all the dead weight. They purged middle and executive county managers, directors, assistant directors, and now it is a profit-earning county/private partnership. I doubt Gov Guam and the politicians would go for such a purge.
Profits.
What?
More profits.
Wait, we're gonna have to
Get
fire
rid of
people.
all the dead people.
What the hell? Governor got all her heart procedures done there. I had to pull over to comment. If Keck came on board, I doubt they'd keep the dead weight there. And I think there he means GMH. I don't know if Lou would agree to that. Would it be one of those things like, yeah, you can manage our hospital, you can run the thing any way you want to, but you got to keep all of the people.
Yeah, those are my people.
Those are our people. Because there's no place else in the government of Guam to put them. We've no more places where we need any of that dead weight. So you're going to have to hold on to everybody that you've got. That would be kind of interesting, and just go in there and strip it down to the actual bare bones. I am intrigued by some of the conversation that I'm hearing between Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. They're in charge of the government efficiency now, and have set their sights on eliminating all of the waste in the federal government of the United States of America, and getting rid of all of the...
Dude, I can see people running to grab a broom.
No,
looking busy.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm worthy of this job.
Walk around with a clipboard. I guarantee. Walk around with a clipboard or like a folder that's got all kinds of paper in it. And always have piles of paper on your desk. This is a little known fact. This is how I've managed to survive in the corner suites for as long as I have. I've always had a busy looking desk. And the reason why is, number one, I'm busy. I'm legitimately busy. But number two, the other reason is when the boss comes to your desk, he doesn't know whether that's today's pile or whether that pile's been there for 6 months. It's stacked up. It's big. It's huge. Coffee cups all over the place. Post-it notes and things like that. Like the boss will look at you and go,
in work.
Better not get rid of this guy. He looks like he's the only productive one in the bunch. But you can't do that unless you're in the office. You cannot do that unless you're actually in the office. And there's a lot of people that are still, believe it or not, working from home, and they have taken a look. They've done some research and found that among the places with the highest, in fact, this place has the highest number of members of the labor force that are working from home. A full third of the working population of Boulder, Colorado, Joe.
That's great.
Which you claim some connection to.
Do you know that's a party city, man?
Must be.
Yeah.
Don't need to go to work. 28% of the people are working, quote, working from home in Boulder, Colorado. And you'd be going, oh, well, what do you expect? Blue State.
They wear pajamas to work anyways, right?
The number 2 place that has got among the higher working from home populations is Austin, Texas. 25% of Austiners are working from home. Then you got Raleigh, North Carolina, Carolina, Denver, Colorado, Washington, D.C. Now, Washington, D.C. doesn't surprise me. It would surprise me if any work got done at all. The cities with the lowest share of the labor force includes Gulfport, Mississippi, Bakersfield, California, Corpus Christi in Texas, Visalia, California, and Beaumont, Texas. Beaumont, Texas only has 4% of the population that's working from home right now, and that means that only 4% don't need to worry about piles of stuff on their kitchen tables. Anyway, 6:55 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. What's that? Oh, conversation here. F. Ramos says, I'm from L.A., Ray. Thank you very much. Stephen Liz says it's time to right-size Guam. Bunker says, let them, keep them. They'll end up fired eventually, or not. Get up the bosses in. F says, I have RN nieces and nephews who left Kaiser hospitals to work at Keck and USC. It might be something worth doing. Charlie Hermosa says, imagine if we can develop a Doge team here on Guam, $1.3 billion budget and nothing to show, time to cut the fat. Don't disagree with you at all, but you got to be a super political outsider to get all of that kind of thing done, and you got to be like super Teflon, because otherwise, as soon as you start looking like you're going to cut the fat, as soon as it starts looking like you might actually be a threat to the status quo, goodbye. Bye-bye. Chapter 777. Your flight out of town is leaving right now, and I've seen it happen, and it is unpleasant to watch. Johnny at Light Titan watching the program here this morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Might be a few other things that are at work this morning. I keep checking my phone to see if there's any news from the guys over at the Guam Power Authority. A little bit more by way of what exactly went wrong yesterday afternoon, late in the afternoon, to plunge us into darkness. We knew that there's at least one base load that went offline. Another one of the the generator plants was on, but it was working at reduced capacity. And then there was a conversation about maybe we lost a little bit of the solar as well as things began to trip and circuits began to fall. I was able to see in almost real time some of the circuits going back up. Just little things that I've got. My alarm system at the house breathing itself back to life. Alarm systems in different offices and places like that coming back to life. So I'm like, okay, things are working. And then, bang, things would go off. And then we got the load shedding schedule and all of that. Still don't know exactly what happened and whether or not the system is still delicate as of 7 o'clock in the morning. But I'll do my best for you to find out. You got the telephone numbers. Don't be shy about using it. In fact, let me give you an excuse to hold on to the telephone number now. 888-8255. And the reason why I want you to have that number committed to memory is because you never know at what point in the program today that I will come up with some kind of a clever Ray Gibson-style trivia question.
Wait, again?
Again.
You got more.
I've got more. I've got more tickets to go and enjoy the 2024 GMA, Guam Medical Association Charity Ball, featuring the group Yesterday Once More, direct from Las Vegas, where Dave Eckert lives. They perform the music of The Carpenters, Mamas and the Papas, The Fifth Dimension, and ABBA. Now, yesterday, we played a contest where Donna Mila had to actually finish the lyric line, fill in the blank on it, and sing a lyric line from Yesterday Once More.
She did it.
Was it Yesterday Once More? No, it wasn't.
No, it was Moondust.
Close to You by the Carpenters.
Yeah, that one.
Right. So I may do among the same thing a little bit later on in the program. That is, call up a 70s music-based trivia challenge for you. And in order to win it, you're going to need to use the phone. Everybody says, why don't you do it on Facebook or YouTube or whatever? And the answer is, hey, this is radio. To the degree that we like to play around with the visuals, and I love the interaction on the social media, we invented that. For honest and for true, there is still nothing like hearing the sound of one of your cohorts, another listener just like you on the radio winning something, because it helps make you believe that you could win something as well. Isn't that sweet? That's the theory. That's the theory. That's the way it works. One last thing before it gets to be news time. Just a shorty here. Yeah, you ever notice that there's all these motivational things, and they're like, well, if you want to be like an expert in your work, on your job, and you want to be like super motivated and all of that stuff, make sure the first thing that you do when you wake up in the morning is
Don't look at it.
Make your bed.
Oh, yeah.
Now, make your bed. That's the first thing that you ought to do. You begin the day with some kind of an accomplishment. Well, as it turns out, experts say making your bed right after you get up can keep that night sweat locked inside the sheets, making them a prime spot for dust mites to live.
Ooh,
You've
nice.
seen them.
Bed bugs.
Now I don't know about bed bugs, but dust mites, little cowl-looking insects that live in there. So they say, feel free to leave your bed unmade and spend a little bit more time with the Ray Gibson Show here in the morning. You get that extra minute and a half back so that you can spend it listening to all of us here on 93.3 The Point. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. That's what time it is. Fox News Live coming up next. We'll learn a little bit more about this street assassination of a healthcare CEO. Absolutely crazy story. And more. Donna D with news and headlines. And I've got the last of the Jerry Roberts is not in the studio. Extra point. That's all ahead right here on 93.3 KUSG. I got you. Pika's best 4-time zombie. This is The Point.
A killer remains on the loose. On Lisa Brady, Fox News, after a healthcare executive was gunned down in New York City early today.
NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says it's their belief the attack on United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson
was a premeditated, pre-planned, targeted attack.
Chief of Detectives Joe Kenny said as Thompson approached the hotel alone for a conference, the shooter ignores pedestrians,
approaches the victim from behind and shoots him in the back.
Chief Kenny says video shows the gun appearing to jam. The shooter fixes it, shoots again, then flees. A cell phone found along the shooter's escape route is being investigated.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the suspect last seen on an e-bike heading into Central Park. Thompson lived in Minnesota. His wife tells NBC News he had faced threats, possibly related to insurance coverage. Trump Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth continues meetings with senators while facing growing questions about personal conduct.
Multiple sources are telling us that Trump is thinking about swapping out Hegseth for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. The two spoke about it in person down in Florida during a memorial service just yesterday. But Hegseth says he spoke to Trump this morning, and Trump told him to keep on fighting for the men and women in uniform.
Fox's Aisha Hasni at the Capitol. House Speaker Mike Johnson just telling Fox News.
Look, we support the president. I mean, he has made some really strong nominations. He needs people who will come in and, let's be frank, shake up the status quo. And the Department of Defense needs some reform. We all know that. And Pete, I think, would do a good job at that. So I'm cheering for him.
More broadly, Johnson says Republicans will have an aggressive agenda for the first 100 days. Their majority still slim, 220 to 215, after the last congressional race was called in California a flip for Democrats. A record day on Wall Street, the Dow closing over 45K. America's listening to Fox News.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any Whopper, Burger King, or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
Guam Regional Medical City presents The Aging Spine, Understanding Changes and Finding Relief. Join us Saturday, December 14th from 10 a.m. to noon at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. Enjoy free health screening for vitals. Meet experts from GRMC's neurology, radiology, rehab, and patient education. And connect with Philippine Airlines. Plus, enter our raffle drawing for exciting prizes. Special thanks to Extant, Sentinel Spine, and Central Coast Neurology Surgery. This event is free and open to the public. Don't miss it. See you there.
A new warning about Chinese hacking from the Biden administration. A senior U.S. official tells reporters a large number of Americans' metadata has been stolen in the cyber espionage campaign carried out by a Chinese hacking group dubbed Salt Typhoon. They're also talking about a risk of ongoing compromise and saying President Biden has been briefed several times on the intrusion. The president-elect makes a change in one appointment.
President-elect Trump says David Warrington, the general counsel for the Trump campaign and a personal attorney for the president-elect, will be White House counsel. But the president initially tapped William McGinley, who served in the first Trump administration, for the job, making that announcement about 3 weeks ago. Instead, McGinley will now serve as counsel for the newly created Department of Government Efficiency, or Doge.
In Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington, if you plan to re-gift this holiday season, you're not alone.
According to a new survey from Empower, 42% of Americans will re-gift this year to manage expenses, while more than half say they hope to avoid hosting holiday gatherings because of costs. Other holiday tweaks people say they make to help save up for the festivities: making food at home instead of eating out. That's 57%. Cutting back on spending in other areas so they can put them towards gifts and holiday entertainment, 49%. Dipping into savings accounts to pay for gifts, 32%. And 25% surveyed say they'll cancel subscriptions to services like premium channels and streaming platforms to save money. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Recapping stocks, a trifecta on Wall Street. The Dow up 308 points to a new record 45,014. First close above 45K. The S&P with another record up 36 points. And the NASDAQ 3 in a row. The new record there 19,735. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaiza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it.
20 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. GPD is investigating 3 fatal hit and runs. The latest occurred on November 29 when Ternita Danis died on Route 10 in Mangilaw, marking the 15th traffic fatality of the year. A light-colored SUV is suspected to be involved. Other investigations are open for incidents in Asen on October 16 and Barragata on July 20. Sheila Babauta died in early November after being hit near Dead Man's Curve, and an unidentified vehicle struck a driver on Route 10 in Barragata. GPD is asking the public for information to help with these investigations. Anyone with details can contact Police Dispatch at 475-8615 through 8617. Meanwhile, Guam's tourism market saw no disruptions despite South Korea's brief declaration of martial law on Tuesday night. Commercial flights from South Korea continued to operate normally yesterday with no flight delays or cancellations reported. GVB says the impact on travel was minimal, but they are monitoring the situation closely. The martial law declaration was later revoked by South Korea's parliament, and protests broke out in Seoul. Although there were some concerns about travel restrictions and currency fluctuations, the overall impact on Guam's tourism industry remains insignificant for now. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777 877-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
GCC is targeting Gen Z to address the island's labor shortage, particularly in construction. The $1.3 million Youth Build program, funded by the U.S. Department of Labor, is offering 18 to 24-year-olds without a high school diploma the chance to earn their diploma while gaining construction skills. Participants can work on building or renovating affordable housing. The 32-week program, which launched in May, combines education with hands-on construction training. Students will work on 2 homes for low-income rental properties. The program supports workforce development with a focus on training young adults for the growing construction industry. And Jamaican Grill is helping local fundraisers by offering discounted food plates and coupons. Co-founder Frank Kenny noticed the demand for fundraiser meals and saw an opportunity to simplify the process. They began offering smaller plates at lower prices so fundraisers could mark them up for profit. The idea expanded to selling coupons that can be used at all 4 locations for dine-in or takeout. This Sunday, the restaurant celebrates its 30th anniversary at Chamorro Village from 10 to 3. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Okay, but before I get to the weather here, because, I know you're like always, Ray's on Twitter again. He's just going to scroll. Nothing productive is going to come out of that. But today, I found something just for you. Just for you, Don. It's on the screen right now for everybody to see.
I see Aragorn and nothing else. What is it?
Vigo, it's because you can't read.
Yeah.
You need glasses. All right. It's from a feed that I follow called Discussing Film.
Okay.
As much as I, talk about hating American movies these days, but it's always kind of interesting to see what people are working on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Viggo Mortensen has been asked to return as Aragorn.
And he said yes.
He's apparently saying yes for the movie called The Hunt for Gollum. Should be out in theaters sometime in 2026.
Oh, my gosh.
It's only 2024 right now, so just calm down. But that's the big deal that I found for you on Twitter. And she likes Viggo Mortensen anyway, and a huge fan of the Lord of the Rings. I don't want to call it a trilogy anymore because it's not. I mean, it starts off with The Hobbit, and then we go into the trilogy, and now they're apparently making movies about Middle Earth even after that.
Yeah, there's an animated one coming out. Yeah.
Of?
It's about the Rohirrim, I think.
The writers of Rohirrim?
Yeah, the writers of Rohan.
Okay, gotcha. So that's kind of a big deal for people like Donna and folks that like to spend a lot of time mentally in Middle Earth, and that's cool. But for those of you that watched the Tyson fight a couple of weeks back. Everybody's forgotten about it except a prince in Saudi Arabia. This is also on the internet feeds this morning. Saudi Arabia has offered $700 million for a rematch between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. But following...
And make it for real.
For real. Right,
No.
That's what they said. We're gonna
no
make
taking
it,
false
This is
words.
real.
It's
Mike,
not scripted.
For real.
Mike Tyson will receive the full $700 million if he knocks out Jake Paul within 3 minutes. You think he can do it?
He could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jake Paul won't. He won't agree to those terms.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna have to make it.
He won't agree to that.
Short rounds.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be weird.
And Mike Tyson has to fight with one hand behind his back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And a really huge glove.
Yeah. And massive
Yeah,
gloves, right?
massive boxing gloves, like pillows.
Yeah, we'll see. But that's the deal. Saudi Arabia offering $700 million for a rematch between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. So there's the big stories. Aside from everything else that's floating around in the Twitterverse, and you know how it is in the Twitterverse. Sometimes it feels like real news, and sometimes you go, "Well, I'm not so sure about this." So they're saying now that the healthcare CEO. That was killed on the streets here.
Assassinated
is a good word.
Yeah.
But they are saying now that he was under investigation, and so they're wondering if the
Wait a minute. Was
speculation
he
is
friends with Hillary?
The speculation is that he was under investigation, was going to cut a plea deal that would shine a white-hot spotlight in places where maybe the current people that are running the government of the United States of America don't need any more light. And so they took him out. 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Mostly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. Going to be a gorgeous morning. East winds 8 to 14 miles an hour. Maybe some isolated showers this afternoon. And and into the evening under partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows of about 78 degrees. It's mostly cloudy tomorrow, though. Hey, Real Joe, what's tomorrow?
It's Friday.
It is, but we're going to have to deal with scattered showers and thunderstorms as well. Highs about 87 degrees, light east-northeast winds becoming easterly 8 to 13 miles an hour in the morning. And it's not crazy wind, but it's enough to whip things up in the ocean, so watch out for rip currents and surf hazards. Jellyfish have been spotted, so be on the lookout for that. Not so much for you. I mean, I know you know what you're doing, but little kids, they'll poke it with a stick, and then you're going to have to pee on it because they're going to get stung, even if it looks like they're dead. Partly sunny in the forecast on Saturday with a heat index. Today's going to feel like 92 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 6:30, and sunset tonight is going to be at 5:53. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
This Christmas, get the deal even Santa wouldn't be able to resist. Bring home a free smartwatch or other accessories from IT&E when you get a new phone in December. Plus, enjoy a huge discount on infinite data to keep you connected all year long. Dash in before the 22nd for the chance to win $2,000 in cash and weekly prizes. Visit ite.net for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Bring the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra chinar.
And Synexi 2714 Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home of the team over at NissanGuam.com of the World Wide Web. What are they doing? They're selling cars, trying to move as many as possible as we make our way out of 2024 and into 2025. The year-end deal, the year-end sale. No, they're calling it the year-end steal. You're not going to believe the prices. Get a Sentra for the price of a Versa, and you're going to love buying any of the cars that they've got. Find out a little bit more by going to NissanGuam.com.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Quarter after 7 o'clock in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. In case you didn't hear the guy, there's a crazy story that is floating around. I just saw this. According to a study, it says dogs hate to be hugged.
No.
I'd never heard that. But there's some kind of probably spending $200 million out of Washington, D.C., and now maybe they're saying, well, maybe we ought to rethink that. Now, I'm going to see if I can find an expert to verify that claim that dogs don't like to be hugged. I got Allie from Gain is on the line. Good morning, Allie. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you?
Never better. You know, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make the festivities, but I saw so many pictures in the social medias and all the grams out there about the big fur ball that you had, the big gala. Major success. Was it a big deal?
It was. It went way better than we could have ever hoped for, and we were so happy with the turnout. And we thank the community for showing their support. And it was really great. So hopefully you can make it next year.
As soon as you guys got the plans together, let me know. We'll have you come in and make another commercial, and we'll run the dickens out of it on all of our radio stations and make sure everybody knows what's going on. How can we help? Wait. First of all, you've got to see if you can verify the claim that is being made in the media here that dogs hate to be hugged. What's your experience up at Gain with that?
I think dogs are just like humans. They all have different personalities. Some of them probably really like it, and others could do without it.
Yeah, what are you doing in my space?
Yeah, exactly.
this is doggy space here, and I'm very, very particular about who gets to get in my doggy space. But there are some dogs that need to have. I see it more and more these days, where they're kind of the leash is all attached to a thing that wraps around the dog from the shoulders and around the chest. What's that for?
Yeah. Those are, you're probably talking about a harness, and that just kind of wraps around their chest and their neck to give a little more support, so it's not necessarily choking the animal. But there are also some dogs that are just, they get extra excited, and so a collar is just not quite enough to keep them restrained. So harnesses are a bit more comfortable for them, and it gives the owner a little more control when you're walking them.
Does it have any therapeutic value, like when there's fireworks or something like that, and they need to feel a little bit wrapped up?
Yeah, so those are usually called thunder vests, and they do they're like a weighted blanket for humans, which help with anxiety. It just there's something about the compression around like the body that kind of sort of eases anxiety and that sort of thing. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it kind of just releases, I don't know, the good feelings.
Feel good chemicals out of the thing.
Yeah,
well, if you're interested in testing out any of these theories, I'm sure that Allie can point you in the direction of some dogs that need to get to get themselves adopted over at Gain. But you guys are in the midst of another SNP campaign, right?
Yes, so we're not out in another village. We're still up in Jigo this month, but we our veterinarians are, they're having to do some traveling and stuff off island. So we have an awesome visiting veterinarian named Dr. Jake, and we are just a little low on volunteers in the SNP clinic. So we're just hoping to gather some volunteers to complete this week and Monday through Friday next week, just looking for 1 to 2 people to do the fun part of the job, which is you help the surgery patients, in recovery. So you're petting the animal, making sure they're recovering well, they're breathing well, and you get them when they're all nice and calm and relaxed. And so we just need people with big hearts and, some good attention span to just hang out with some of the pets when they're coming out of anesthesia and everything. It's a really relaxed, laid back kind of job. The staff will be in there to help you out if you have questions, but we just need those extra eyes and extra hands.
Totally zen. I'm feeling this right now. So you don't need anybody to actually help with the snipping and the cutting, right? Because I'd volunteer for that.
Yeah, no, we've got that part covered. That part is handled.
Right on. All right, so recovery volunteers, as I said, it's totally zen. If you've ever done this before, I had my beloved dog Mocha had gone in for a surgery, and the doctor said, okay, you can grab the dog, take him home, and then just stay with him on the couch. And as you said, just pet the dog and stroke and talk to him and say loving and kind things. And before too much longer, the dog will come out from under. And before you know it, be your favorite little puppy pal again. So volunteers needed. Like, I assume this is right away.
Yes. So ideally next week, Monday through Friday, volunteers would be up at the clinic in Jigo from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. roughly. And if people have questions or they need help kind of signing up, they can call 671-988-9421. Or they can go to snipclinicguam.com/volunteer, and they can actually sign up for days and time frames right there on the website. But if there's any questions or confusion, they can just give us a call, and we can walk them through the process.
Well, I'm confused about many things, but I'll try to keep it strictly to Gain and animals, adoptions, and things like that. Is this clinic full already? If there's somebody listening right now that maybe found a puppy out there in the boondocks and is doing their best to bring it into the family and wants to get it snipped and taken care of, do you have room for somebody like that?
We might. It really just depends on the day, but the best way to find that out is to just go to snipclinicguam.com, and there's a request an appointment button there, and when they enter the information on, the sex of the animal, the size of the animal, the age of the animal, then they'll be able to, based on that information, see what is available on our schedule.
Gotcha.
Because the whole day is scheduled based on the size of animal, whether it's male or female. So they've got a whole structure. So based on that, you'd be able to select the day that would work best for you. And it's a really easy, streamlined process.
Allie, one last question for you, because I know crazy busy you must be right about now, is you've just come off of a major fundraiser, and here we are already getting into the snip and spay and whatever that you're up to here. I've got to assume that there is always going to be a perpetual need for money over at Gain. Do you have any other fundraising activities that are coming up anytime soon?
We don't have anything really soon, just, the holidays get crazy, but we do want to let people know that we are planning to have our second annual Pet Fest.
Hey.
We had our first one earlier this year, and so we'll be doing that again in the spring 2025. We don't have a selected date yet, but please keep your ears and eyes open, and we'll be announcing that very soon.
Roger that. Well, you'll hear about it here on The Point. Allie, thanks for calling in, and have a happy belated Thanksgiving and early Merry Christmas.
Yes, thank you so much. You too.
All right, 7:23, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Real Joe, reach out.
What do you want me to do?
JB is trying to call in. John Beneventi from
JB.
He's calling my phone, but JB, I can't put you on the air on my phone.
I'll
here.
get him.
We'll find out. He's going to give us the absolute latest on what happened last night. Is it still happening this morning? Just how delicate is the power system right now after whatever it is that occurred? 7:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We take a quick look at what's going on in the markets here today. There was some kind of action. Shares of American Eagle plunged 13% as the company has issued a weak holiday guidance. Oh no, do I have any of that? I'll check with the guys over at the place. S&P 500 up by 36 points, almost 37. Good news for them. The Nasdaq picked up 254. They the big winner? Yeah, 1.3% worth of growth for the Nasdaq this morning. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 300 points over that now to close at 45,014. FTSE is down by 23. The Nikkei is up by 27. Hang Seng Index is down by almost 4, and the Shanghai Index is off by almost 15 or so. DAX looking good, 215 points in the green for those guys. We'll take a look at some of the other numbers. The commodities for sure. Oil is at 68.65 right now. So it was at what, 68.90 or 69 something yesterday, and topped out at $70 and about 6 cents. Today, 68.65. So we got good news happening with West Texas crude. 150.3 yen against the dollar. So that's a little bit weaker. You're getting more yen in exchange for your greenback when you're traveling to Japan. So friends of ours up in Hokkaido got an invitation to go to Tokyo over the weekend just to goof off. And I'm like, I don't have the money, and B, I'm not ready to be in 60-degree weather. We got 58.18 in the temperate regions of Manila in the Philippines. 58.18, 1,413 won against the dollar. Tiny bit better than it was yesterday. And now my Bitcoin number yesterday was 96 and change. When I got to work this morning, Bitcoin was 96,400 something in exchange. Real Joe's got the current Bitcoin figure.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
98,587.
Bruh, get out of here.
No,
I mean, that's
real. No cap, Ray.
There's no cap. That's a couple of grand in
We're
the
almost
space of
into
a couple hours.
100K.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to stop short there. I'm not sure. 7:25 in the morning. We normally go from there into Extra Point with Jerry Roberts, but a lot of stuff going on. And one of them is what the heck happened with the electricity last night. Spent a little bit of time with people like Simon Sanchez and Tracy on the line this morning, but none other than Utilities are John Beneventi from the Power Authority on the line here this morning to give me the splains on what happened last night, recovery efforts, and just how delicate things are this morning. Welcome to the program, JB. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays, Ray. And yes, when it rains, it pours. No? So that's kind of what happened yesterday. First of all, we do have Cabras number 2 down for repair, and also we have one of the PD units limited, and we has to be scheduled to be repaired once we get Cabras 2. So we try not to take out more than one unit at a time.
Right.
But normally things were running along okay, no problem. But then around just before 4:55, she goes CT, trip, and that's 20 megawatts. And of course, the way the system works, Ray, is that there's automatic relays out there that when a unit trips, it'll dump circuits automatically down there so that the system can be stabilized and avoid a blackout. No, and that's the last thing that we want to have is a blackout. So that happened, and of course the areas around the island went out. And then by 5:20, all of those feeders, all of those customers that went out were restored.
Mm-hmm.
Then at 5:49, PD number 8 tripped, carrying about 38 megawatts. That's a huge amount of load, no? And again, the same thing, automatic load shedding. automatic frequency control will stabilize the system and no blackout. And then by 6:56, all of those customers were restored. And by about this time, because the units were still had JIGO down and all of that, the peak was coming in. So at 7:07, we had to take out some circuits, again, to keep the frequency stable. And at 7:45, everyone was restored. So then later on that night,
I was going to say there were still issues, though, because I lost power about 10:40, 10:50.
So around 9:40, I didn't get it done yet, of course. At 9:40, we had to secure again number 8 for some fuel line leak. And that's when it was secured. And again, later on that evening, I think close to midnight, it was back on the line. Everyone was back in service. I don't know exactly what time that was, no? But again, that's the scenario. Today, this morning, we have 242 megawatts. We're working on JIGO CT to come back. They're checking what happened there in the relaying. Cabras number 2, they're in the process to try and get that machine back. And then we'll work on PD number 8. So we're much better today than we have ever been, really. And again, it's been a while since something like this has occurred.
What caused them to trip? If JB, if you don't mind, you said CT tripped, and that was the first part of the cascade of trouble yesterday, and then PD8 went down. What was the nature of the damage to those units that caused them to trip? Are you still investigating that?
Yes, so in PD there's a trip, and so the relay group are up there trying to check exactly. Sometimes it's a instrumentation. Sometimes it is an issue that has to be, for example, the turbine has so many protection, no? If the temperatures are too hot because injectors or firing is not it's not normal, that unit would trip. So in order to protect the machine so that there's no catastrophic event, things like that happen. So that's a good thing to happen. I mean, so they're checking now, and hopefully it's just something that they can fix. Sometimes it's actually a loose wire that could have done that for a machine. And again, these machines are over 30-some years old, no? So it's not unusual to find those things. Not giving an excuse, but that's just the reality of older machines. No?
You gotta press the gas on Ukadu, see if we can get that online faster than 10 months.
I'm sure. Let's put it this way: the contract is September 30. Like the penalty is $240,000 a day.
Hey,
they don't each day that they don't get it on. So if I were them, which is what they're doing, they have a long commissioning period, so that in case anything happens and they need parts and from Germany or everything to fix the machine, they have time because they don't want to go up against that $240,000 a day. So therefore, we could see that if everything goes well, this machine will be on the line somewhere, maybe even around July.
Hey,
stuff. So yes, we are working with them, and we're doing everything we can because, it's been a long story. Ray, 2022 was when it's supposed to come on the line. Then there was permitting problems.
And the legislative issues and grandstanding that took place. I recall, JB. I recall.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I've got a caller on the line that wanted to join in on the phone call. Perhaps a couple of other questions that I didn't think of. Let me see if I can get Paul on. Paul, you're on with John Beneventi from GPA. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question similar to what caused the trip for the system. Why did the GWA generators did not turn on? And I'll listen offline.
Oh, interesting. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I didn't even think of any of the issues with GWA's generation. What do you think? What do you know about that, JB?
Well, normally when the circuit trips, the standby generator there will go on the line. If it does have an automatic transfer switch, no. So to be more specific, if I knew where the name of that well is, I can find out and let them know. Sometimes they're either down for what you call it, down hard, and there's something to be replaced or anything like that. So I need more specific, and then we can answer that question very directly.
ATS issue. All right, I see what you're saying. And again, with regard to the reasons why it's tripped, your guys are looking into that now to see if we can nail down the exact issue.
Ray, in terms of the water wells, we just placed the order for 103 new standby generators.
I saw that.
That will replace that will be done within a year's time. Again, because all these generators we have are 30 plus years old, so we're in the process now. We can't wait for FEMA's money. We're spending our own money to get that done. No?
I've heard that from so many people this year. JB, always a pleasure hearing directly from you, and I can hardly wait until maybe July of next year. Maybe you can arrange for a walk around of your new Ukadu plant, so I can see everything that's going on. I'd love to be among the first of the civilian legs in there.
Yes, no problem. In fact, we're already preparing. So, knocking on wood, nothing else happens between them. But I think, you have to be kind of, cautious at this point, right, with all the things that have happened. But, no, I think everything's really looking well. I don't want to give that impression. Really,
right, and I don't want to jinx anything, but I've been watching. I've been watching West Texas crude like a hawk. I do the report every morning, and I'm very delighted that for the most part we've spent a lot of time with West Texas under $70 a barrel, and looking forward to the beginning of next year where we can see some relief from the fuel recovery costs.
February it happened, and again once Ukudu come on the line, it's going to drop again. In February, we're dropping the total bill by around the average, around maybe 13 to 15%. And then when Ukudu comes around and done by the full year of 2026, you're looking maybe on another 20% drop. No?
I could use that money to help subsidize my next trip to Japan or Philippines or wherever. 734 JB, again, I appreciate your time. Happy holidays to you and the crew.
Thank you very much, and the same to you and everyone in Guam. Thank you.
That's the 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the phone number around here. Paul, I hope he was responsive to your question. If you like, you can send me where you were when the water did not come on as a result of the power outage, and I'll send that out to GPA, and they can go investigate and see whether it was an ATS issue or maybe some other generator problem that they have not gotten their hands on yet. 7:35 in the morning. Normally we go into news and headlines right about now, but we haven't done the extra point with Jerry Roberts. Number one, he's not here. I'm doing it. And number two, this one will take you back to July of 2020 when we were asking, what is your professional age? Yeah, today we're going to talk about age, not that age, professional age. What's that? How is that different from actual age, and why do we want to talk about that? Today we're going to mess with a topic that just might ruffle some feathers. Hopefully not yours. That's next on The Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
736 Extra Point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. I saw a story recently about Ryan, a guy who had been laid off of his job. He's 42 years old, and included with the severance paperwork were lists of the ages of all of his co-workers. This is a requirement for layoffs of people over 40 under the Older Workers Benefit Protection Act of 1990, meant to prevent discrimination. So he's looking at the list and noticed that he was older than everybody else, but then he wondered if his professional age was even older. Now, professional age would be how he acted in the organization. He shook his head a little bit as he remembered how frequently he seemed bored and tired and more like 52 or 62, not 42. Ryan recalled arguments he'd had with coworkers over little irritants. He didn't like somebody's music on their Spotify. Another time, he yelled at another person over leaving a couple of open containers in the break room. His professional age those days was probably 82, and he'd forgotten that he'd done those things too when he was 22 and just starting out. What worried Ryan more was that he was becoming less and less tolerant of the mistakes and differences of those younger people. He felt with his outlook he was acting much older than his actual years, and now he was a drain of energy from the team, not an infusion and a source of energy. He also knew it was likely that in his next job, his boss would be younger than him, and he wasn't sure if he could handle that. When he was hired, it turned out Ryan's age difference over his coworkers was even greater than it was with his former employer. The boss was indeed younger, and Ryan felt he had to prove himself all over again in a new setting and to somebody with whom he felt he had very little in common. As you might imagine, Ryan is struggling. He's finding it hard to stake out common ground with the younger folks, and he's very little social connection with anybody from work. He keeps to himself most of the time and doesn't get involved in discussions other than work-related issues. Most of the young troops go for food on Fridays after work, and he's never been invited. He had high hopes that his professional age would drop lower in the new job, but he realized he was acting and was seen as older than his years. Ryan's story is not unique. Most of us gravitate to people who are more like us. Younger people generally hang out with younger people. Older people do the same. The language is comfortable and all the things understood. And people talk about things that appeal to those in their group. When you get the two groups mixed together, that's when there can be misunderstandings of feelings like, this is not my crowd. None of this is exclusive to the mainland. It goes on here on Guam, even if we don't talk about it as much as folks back there do. Different generations have different ideas about what a good work ethic is. Something a long time on a job is 20 years. Something a long time on a job is 5 years. And still others believe 1 year is a major commitment. We see social media differently, too. We see workers' rights differently. We view responsibility and accountability different. We're all just different. It's not a simple matter of right and wrong all the time. It's also about upbringing, indoctrination, and the variety of the different beliefs. So what can help bring people together? If I was Ryan's boss, I'd think about working on company activities with emphasis on teaming older and younger workers, mentoring plans with both parties teaching the other, monthly brainstorming sessions, and company-sponsored social activities where everybody gets a voice in the planning. Collaboration helps to break down barriers. Once people understand the skills and contributions of others, the issue of age frequently goes away. They'll care less how old you are, but more about how old you seem. Is it a perfect system? No. There will always be people on all sides of this that make things more difficult than they've got to be. The antidote to this is to avoid being judgmental and just try to enjoy being around other people who may not be the same as us and giving them a break to be who they are. So, now that you heard about Ryan, how old are you professionally? Happy birthday. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible. Make something good happen today. For 93.3, Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, that's Jerry Roberts, who sent me a note yesterday, said, see you Friday.
No.
Yep, so if you've had it up to here with me doing the Extra Point, you get the real deal. Jerry Roberts back in studio tomorrow, and details on another Live to Lead conference. That's all ahead. You might be able to get some details right now from Live to, I'm forgetting, screw up the website, so I'll just send you to GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web. Donna D with news and headlines. If I've got enough breath to read the scripts here, being brought to you by Piga's Best Realty for 2024. Havaday Realty, Joe D, Libby, Saran, Auntie Loli, and a team of pros that want to make you a real estate professional just like them. 588-4232 is the telephone number. BK celebrating the Whopper, new kinds of Whoppers. Remember the Wednesday one that they had recently? Being joined now by Whoppers created by fans. We've got the Mexican Street Corn Whopper, the Male Bourbon Barbecue Whopper, and a fried pickle ranch Whopper. Yeah. I want to try all of them. You can at the drive-thru at the nearest BK. You rule. 7:42 in the morning. Donna D with the 7:30-ish news. What's going on?
A man accused in a deadly Manila stabbing is seeking release from jail. Isaac Gortamag's attorneys want him under electronic monitoring and a third-party custodian. A judge says those plans must be finalized first. Police say Gortamag fatally stabbed his cousin, Mike Tithin, last December. He claimed it was self-defense, but investigators say alcohol fueled the violence. His next court date is in January. Meanwhile, GPA has released a potential load shedding schedule for December after the GGO CT tripped offline and solar output dropped. PD8 also tripped shortly after. The schedule calls for load shedding in the evening between 6 and 11. The schedule may change depending on generation capacity and power demand. And Guam's Santa Maria and Kamalan procession will take place Monday, December 9 instead of December 8. This change follows liturgical guidelines since the 8th is a Sunday. The event features a novena, festal masses, and a procession through Hagåtña with a 300-year-old statue. The day is also a Gov Guam holiday this year. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, got it. 7:43, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. We'll take a look at traffic before too much longer, but I did want to make sure that I had something like this on the screen. We've had a good time with the concept of charcuteries, no?
Yeah. Of course.
Every once in a while, I'll make a joke about how there's charcuterie competition up at Anderson Air Force Base. And seriously, people call in saying, "Wait, what charcuterie competition at Anderson Air Force Base? We want to enter. I got a nice board. I just got a great new board, and I'm ready to get my charcuterie on." Yeah, but there is a new wrinkle in the charcuterie game, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're watching Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, Rumble.com, and KUAM TV. The latest big deal now is more of a three-dimensional presentation of charcuteries, including the charcuterie chalet. You can go online, just Google it. You can go online and you can buy yourself a charcuterie made to look like some kind of a house.
Oh my God, I'm going to eat that salami roof.
Instead of a gingerbread house, it's a charcuterie. So you make it all out of cheese, and then you
sounds stinky.
You jam all of the almonds and whatever it is that you
almonds.
Almonds, that's what I said. And all you just
that blueberries?
I think it's a blueberry. I'm not sure.
This is so weird,
grapes,
dude.
Dry
grapes
orange,
and cheese are good.
And you see the window. It looks like what is that pretzel for the window?
Yes,
I like mustard pretzel. Remember those?
Yes, I love that. And then you got the shingles that are actually made from the meat that's all been cut up.
Salami.
Dried salami.
Yeah, we got salami in the thing. So it's a chalet charcuterie. Now, I know some of you are already going, okay, Ray, what's that website? Where am I going here? Ediblearchitecture.com.
They won't ship here.
No, dude, you got to buy your own, dude.
Have a little confidence here,
That's
woman.
like a $100,000 home right there.
Tell them
$100.
Tell them you're in the military.
That could solve the housing crisis here, Ray.
Yes. Well, the house is made of cheese.
Let's do it, Gura.
Okay, but seriously now. Now that I've given you the idea, here is your assignment. I'm going to say, ladies.
Oh boy, you challenge them.
For the most part, I think the charcuterie thing.
He challenges you.
Is a women-driven function, like having babies and making sandwiches
in the kitchen.
But here's the deal. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to build yourself a chalet for your charcuterie for your upcoming festivities for Christmas and New Year's and beyond.
But make it Guam.
Use
right?
biscuit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Make
it
biscuits.
Guam. Well, no, I'm just saying. Could you imagine a charcuterie made to look like the laddie? What is the guma? Make it look like a guma, a laddie house, right?
Yes.
So I don't know what you'd make. You'd have to carve out the cheese.
Spam.
Serve for the laddie stones. Spam for the laddie stones.
Jeez.
Thank you very much. There's so much that can be done here. Go by a farmer's market and see what else that you can pick up and then make a Guam kind of charcuterie, three-dimensional architecture based on Guam that we can eat. Come on, that's going to make your Super Bowl party. That something like this is going to make your Christmas party, your Super Bowl party. It's going to make it so much more memorable. So get your charcuterie on. 746 traffic next.
Holiday deals are here at GTA. For a limited time, get 50% off any iPhone 15 series smartphone. Get an iPhone 15 Plus for less than $13 a month, or get an iPhone 15 Pro Max for less than $17 a month. Don't need a new phone? Bring your own phone to GTA and we'll give you a $300 credit when you activate a new line with our Live Unlimited plan. That's like 4 months free. Come into GTA and check out our holiday deals today. Terms and conditions apply. Offer good while supplies last. GTA. We start the holidays with you.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Okay, wait, hold up. I'll get you the Beyond the Box time check here in just a second, but I wanted to go back to this because I went to, because I wanted to see how much it cost, so I clicked on where it says buy me, and it's like
$200.
$29.95.
Oh wow, that's cheap.
Right.
So
Don, I still don't
must
know.
be low quality.
No, it says that it's all shelf stable.
It's Patriot's Choice. Charcuterie
That's
House.
good. Patriots Choice. They have good stuff. Yeah.
I don't know anybody on base that buys me that.
I don't know either, man.
They used to have soft drinks there called Patriots Pride.
Yeah.
But all the girls in the family, they
cheaper.
just call it Poser Prize. Anyway, what do we got? 748, but I wanted to go over some of the materials that go into it. So I thought the walls were made out of cheese. Apparently not. They're made out of crackers. So you have savory cracker walls. Cracker. Bussetto sliced salami shingles. Brie cheese spread, grated.
Is that stinky cheese?
Yeah, Brie's not that bad.
Man.
Brie and an apple are a magical combination.
mix.
Brie
Okay.
and what do you call it? Honeydew melon, also incredible. But we've got the grated Parmesan for snow, nice. Fruit and nut ornaments, including dried cranberries, pumpkin seeds, almonds, and raisins. Pretzel for windows. Dehydrated oranges for decor. There's a piping bag. Oh, Lord, help us, a piping bag. Yeah, you ever see the videos on YouTube? And they make it look so easy. You ever go to Crown Bakery and watch somebody with a piping bag? They make it look so easy. And then you try it at your house and you realize you're going to have to call in people to help you clean. And then we got 2 gloves, just like your first date, and the step-by-step building guide for all of this. And I'm going to say the corporate gifts. Ingredients and allergens, I don't care about that.
All we got to do is condemn some land, Ray.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we'll move Keck hospitals right in. All right, so it might be a few more items that you can buy at that edible architecture. Anyway, Beyond the Box time is 7:49. Swing by Beyond the Box, first floor of the Micronesia Mall, because number one, there's nice people that work there. I went in because I needed to. I'd cracked the screen on my last phone, and I wanted to make sure I didn't crack the screen again. So I went in, and they gave me the absolute best case that was working for it, and then they gave me this screen cover. And it is as hard as regular glass, but you can see right through it. But the other cool thing is it has privacy mode on it. So if you don't want anybody spying on the kind of grok ladies that you're trying to make today, all you need to do is tilt the glass a little bit, and they're complete. Then it goes completely black on you, right? So you got to try this out. Preserve your privacy with all of the great people and all the great ideas waiting for you at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. What time now? Is 10 till? Is it time to take a look at traffic, I suppose? Later than normal here, getting into the traffic mode. We've been have obviously a lot to talk about with the power issues yesterday and a couple of other interesting stories. Right about now, everybody lining up at the front gate of Anderson Air Force Base, getting ready for the big charcuterie competition for Christmas. I'm kidding. The 36 Wing is not having a charcuterie competition. But if they If they did, they'd win. Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way down to Big Navy. Wait. Better slow down around the Dededo area. Ipao traffic leading up to Waisangsong. Nothing major through there. Looks like we've got some Leche Macheche intersection traffic at you-know-where. But if you're following the Marine Corps Drive into the Dededo area in Upper Tumon, expect some delays around intersection of 1 and 3. 1 and Marine Corps Drive in the Micronesia Mall looking pretty good right now. Southbound from there, it's just basic intersection traffic until you get past JFK and into the other parts of Tumoni. 8, 10, and 16 running busy northbound on the road, meeting up with a little bit of traffic over on the Happy Mart side, a little bit of traffic on the Wendy's side on Route 10. 10 and 15, a little bit of traffic at the intersection. Most of the heavier stuff now on Route 4 as usual. And funny that we're not seeing a whole lot of traffic at Ta'i right now, but a lot of traffic backing up over at the Cost You Less intersection. That means the traffic is a little bit smoother in Ordon and in Sinahanya because most of the traffic still hasn't made it to there yet. Downtown again, you're looking pretty good all the way to Big Navy in Sumai. Don't see anything major over at Adelup. Don't see anything major happening over by Petey. So there you go. 7:52. This is The Point.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's The Point? Okay. I got you. 888-8255, 797-8255. I get a whole bunch of stuff coming in on the meme machine. In addition to the stuff that I've got, finding memes has become kind of a quest for me, ladies and gentlemen. And I spend a lot of time in the socials looking for exactly that. What is this on the screen right now? It's a car with broken glass on it. What is this? Somebody break into a South Korean's car down at the port? No. This one here actually comes with a story. It says, "Be careful out there. I had 2 tickets to Taylor Swift in my car. Somebody broke in and left 4 more." Sorry. Love to hate, right?
Dude.
Love to hate. Taylor Swift, though, according to Spotify, is the #1 most streamed artist globally in 2024. Taylor Swift. And I'll mention the names. Now, to the degree that you pay any attention to contemporary music and listen to this radio station, I'll finish the list. Taylor Swift at #1. #2 is The Weeknd. Love his music. Bad Bunny at #3. There's Drake at 4. Billie Eilish at #5.
Yep.
Travis Scott. Peso Pluma. Pia Mia. Oh, really? Nah, I just threw that in there. Kanye West. Ariana Grande and Fade, F-E-I-D. Don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe I'll look it up. I don't know. Every once in a while, I'll be running around with my Spotify and looking for upbeat tunes for walking or whatever BPMs for the treadmill and things like that. But every once in a while, it'll try to say, "Hey, here's all the new releases for the week, and you're gonna love listening to these." And I do. I try to punch in and get involved. And every once in a while, I start to lose it, especially when say little white kids dropping F-bombs and S-bombs in their songs, and I'm going, "Oh my God." Yeah. Try to perpetrate being hard. Doesn't work. Anyway, 755, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Looking for the big story here. The big story in my mind is it looks like we have got a decision, or if not a decision, getting closer and closer to the opportunities for somebody to run the new hospital. You might be in the
But
midst.
it's going to cost
You
money.
might be in the I don't know. That's the kind of thing you negotiate. You just say, okay, well, this is what it is. We will build the property. Technically, you will rent it from us, but you will operate,
Nice.
manage, and take care of the place.
$1 a
and
year for
maintain it.
99 years?
There's a bunch of different ways to do this. Take a look at Ukadu. Take a look at John F. Kennedy High School, which is in that build, operate kind of mode, and will be for a long, long time. The story is out of the East Sider in L.A. Governor Lulian Guerrero and her staff toured Keck Medical Center of USC recently to talk about continuing efforts to bring better health care to the people of Guam. Now, I've already read the majority of the story to you, but I will get down to the end of this. Guerrero, a former ICU nurse, expressed during her visit the desire to further improve the healthcare system of Guam, talked about building a new hospital in Tamuning. I just throwing that in to see if I could trigger somebody. That'll. So talking about building a new hospital since the cost of renovating an existing one is too expensive. Even though we have tons of money from Uncle Fed, she sees Keck Medicine important now. Underline this and start asking around. She sees Keck Medicine taking a major role in running the new hospital, given the institution's innovation and patient care. The governor hopes to break ground on the new hospital in Tamuning before she leaves office in 2026. So the question is how far have these talks gotten? How much has it developed with Keck Medicine? Are they in a position to want to come out here and help us build and operate and maintain the new hospital? As I've said, many necessary, superfluous political hires that may be found in facilities like that. And can you imagine if the government of Guam didn't have to worry about running a hospital? Can you imagine how much more they would be able to provide for public health facilities down south? And maybe the rehabilitation of the public health headquarters out in Mingilao, not too far away from the new McDonald's. You talk about your juxtapositions, right? But is it possible that if we didn't have to worry so much about running a white elephant out there somewhere, we'd be able to take care of managing all of the different public health and mental health facilities that we've got had? Ponder. I'm not going to give her a hard time about this because I think this is the right direction to go. And you can Google it, Grok it, Chat GPT, and just look up Keck Medical Center of USC and see what the internet has got to say about them. I'm sure we could do worse by way of partners, and I'm sure we could do better by way of partners. But if that's the groundwork that she is laying for this new hospital, wherever it gets built, to be built and managed and maintained by an outside, disinterested, unpolitically connected third party, I'm down for that conversation all day long. It's 8 o'clock in the morning and really, really close to it. Radio station you're listening to, KUSG, Again, 93.3 is the point. Coming up, it's a Klitsky cameo. Tall Tales on the radio in the morning for a little bit. What else we got? We got some friends coming in from the Kiwanis, is how it's pronounced. I don't know either. They're one of these clubs. They've been around since I was a little kid. I have no idea what they do. Well, we're going to find out. They got a big activity coming up, and there's plenty more to talk about. Dane is coming in a little bit later on, too, so stick around, Brown.
Brady, Fox News. Police in New Jersey say there are no known threats to public safety after weeks of drone sightings, often clusters of drones, every night except Thanksgiving, in an area near a military site and a Trump golf club.
A witness tells Fox that he and his neighbors are confused and worried about where these drones are coming from. He said he lives about a 10-minute drive from President-elect Donald Trump's Bedminster Golf Club.
Fox's Nate Foy, the FBI, also investigating. A top White House official reveals new details about a Chinese hacking campaign, saying at least 8 U.S. telecom firms in dozens of countries have been impacted, also giving officials in China access to private text and phone conversations from an unknown number of Americans. The U.S. also believes the hackers were able to gain access to communications of senior U.S. government officials and prominent political figures, but they don't believe any classified communications were compromised. He plans to keep fighting. Trump defense chief nominee Pete Hegseth spending another day on Capitol Hill, hoping to win support from senators despite questions about personal conduct.
He said that Trump gave gave him some key advice when he chose him. According to Hegseth, Trump told him, quote, "You have to be tough as blank," something I can't say on TV. So needless to say, Hegseth is not backing down from this fight, despite unproven accusations swirling related to his drinking and treatment of women, which Hegseth denies and points out are from anonymous sources. He is here on Capitol Hill to make the case face-to-face to every senator that he is qualified for the job.
Fox Business's Hillary Vaughn, sources telling Fox the president-elect is considering Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as a replacement nominee. The jury in a chokehold subway death case in New York just hearing readback of testimony from the medical examiner who testified she didn't wait for a toxicology report before determining a chokehold killed Jordan Neely. Marine veteran Daniel Penny is charged with manslaughter. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
A manhunt continues for the gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as he was walking toward a hotel for a business conference early today in New York City. NYPD Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenney.
Based on the evidence we have so far, it does appear that the victim was specifically targeted, but at this point we do not know why. This does not appear to be a random act of violence.
Thompson was 50 years old, a husband and father who lived in Minnesota. Police releasing surveillance photos of the suspect who wore a mask and gloves, last seen heading into Central Park on an electric bike. Some salmonella concerns for dog owners.
Blue Ridge Beef is recalling some of its puppy mix due to salmonella contamination. The FDA says the problem was discovered when a customer had an entire litter of puppies get sick. The affected products were in 2-pound logs and packaged in clear plastic. They were primarily sold in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic in August. Also getting recalled because of potential salmonella, 5-ounce bags of Gaines Family Farmstead chicken chips. Those have an expiration date of December 2025.
Fox's Jill Nato. Pet owners can also get sick by handling contaminated food. We still have a lot of time left in this century, but one artist reigns supreme already in a new ranking.
Beyonce can add another title to her list of accomplishments as Billboard magazine named the artist as the greatest pop star of the 21st century. The magazine has been gradually releasing its rankings over the last several months. Pop superstar Taylor Swift ranked number 2. Her fans weren't too happy with the choice. One person wrote, "No other artist has occupied all 10 top spots, not just once, but twice. She should have been the number 1 artist. There's no comparison." Rihanna landed in the number 3 spot with Drake and Lady Gaga rounding out the top 5.
Fox's Michelle Polino and Lisa Brady. Fox News.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
20 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Giltina Ramangmo, convicted of negligent homicide and child abuse in her baby's death, has been sentenced to 3 years in prison. She tearfully insisted, "I'm not a baby killer. I love all my kids." Wearing a T-shirt with a photo of her 1-year-old son Pablo during her sentencing, prosecutors sought the maximum 10-year sentence, citing Pablo's condition as abnormally skinny with visible bruises. Defense attorney William Bischoff argued Ramangmo tried her best to care for her children alone. She thanked foster parents for caring for her living children. She will self-surrender to prison on January 27. Meanwhile, lawmakers will begin their final session of the term this afternoon at 2 o'clock. They plan to review over a dozen bills vetoed by Governor Lulian Guerrero. One key measure is Bill 362, which grants special crisis procurement authority to the Guam Fire Department. The governor vetoed it, saying it lacked accountability. Other bills include creating a unified law enforcement group known as MAULIG and requiring the superintendent's reports to be posted online. Senators will also consider renaming the Agate precinct after the late Jose T. Pido Tarlahi. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance.
Taiwan President Lai Ching-te is stopping on Guam during his Pacific tour. Lai's visit is unofficial, according to the U.S. State Department, which reaffirmed a one China policy in opposition to Taiwan's independence. The visit follows similar transits by previous Taiwanese leaders. Beijing criticized the stopover, warning against foreign interference. Governor Lulian Guerrero plans to meet with Lai, who will also address Taiwanese expats at a luncheon today hosted by the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office. Congressman Jim Moylan says the visit highlights potential economic opportunities between Guam and Taiwan. From Guam, Lai will travel to Palau before returning to Taipei on Friday night. And Customs is ensuring holiday cheer doesn't bring harmful pests. The Biosecurity Task Force oversees fumigation of imported Christmas trees and evergreen products before they reach local homes and stores. Since November 15th, 6 40-foot containers holding around 3,000 trees, wreaths, and pine cones have been fumigated. Fumigation helps prevent invasive pests and plant diseases from entering Guam's environment. Each container is screened, sealed, and treated with methyl bromide gas before being inspected. No pests were found this year, but previous fumigations have stopped the spread of insects, rodents, and even a skunk. Fumigation has been required since 2016 under a policy from the Department of Agriculture. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
9 after 8 o'clock in the morning. So much news that we're covering, including the fact that they've got Christmas trees on Guam. That ought to be a big story. I don't have one of those things yet. If you pass by the house, I have a plastic wreath on the door. That might be as festive as we. I used to have this little kind of mumpsy looking Christmas tree that Shelly got me, but it's here at the radio station now because Dave. I got a hand me up tree from Dave. He gave me his.
Oh yeah, made in China.
Yeah.
All
Exactly, exactly, and I don't know. He gave it to me like 3 years ago. I have yet to take it out of the storage. Isolated showers. Well, it's just me and the cat, and the cat's got enough lizards and cockroaches at the house to play with, so I don't need to worry about setting up a tree. Mostly sunny today with highs near 87 degrees. Winds out of the east up to 14 miles an hour. Isolated showers in the forecast for tonight. For tomorrow, which is
Friday.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms, kids. Mostly cloudy with highs near 87 degrees. Light east-northeast winds becoming easterly 8 to 13, so you might not be able to get any grill marks in tomorrow, but maybe by Saturday, when things start to clear up a little bit more, you will. Daytime highs there should be about 88 degrees. With the heat index, today will feel like 92. Thank you, Alicia Duenas-Anderson, for sending in pictures of First Beach. Gorgeous sunrise out there this morning, about 6:30 or so. Sunset tonight will be at 5:53 on the other side of the island. There it is, news and weather together. A Klitsky cameo coming up next.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
It's here, a fuel-tastic deal from Mobile and Don Don Donkey that guarantees to make you smile.
Fuel up with a minimum $30 fuel purchase at Mobile and get $3 off your next $30 purchase at Don Don Donkey.
But that's not all. Spend $30 at Donkey and enjoy $3 off your next $30 fuel purchase at Mobile.
Register your Smiles card today for double the savings, double the rewards. Fuel up and save with Mobile and Don Don Donkey.
Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
812 Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and all of my friends over at Take Care.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
12 after 8 o'clock in the morning, it is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And as we are fond of doing these days, an opportunity to hear from His Honor, Mustache Wisdom, that is Bob Klitsky, broadcasting to you now from a secret bunker location. Buenos and half a day. Happy belated Thanksgiving, Bob and Mrs. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing great, Ray. Actually, Thanksgiving was on time this year. It's your greeting that's a little bit delayed.
Well, that'll happen. I'll get in front of Christmas. How's that? Merry Christmas.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome,
Same to
sir.
you.
Welcome, sir. You know, I had a good time talking about birthright citizenship. I mean, there's a lot of questions that are being asked about this incoming administrations and things that they're up to. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy on the Doge, the government efficiency route, and I'm sure you've got some thoughts in your head about that. But among the things that Donald Trump said he was going to do on the first day is get rid of and see if there's a way that we can eliminate birthright citizenship. We talked about that last week, but you've got some additional thoughts that you wanted to go over.
Yes, I do. I mentioned that it's the 14th Amendment, Section 1, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they arise. And that sounds pretty hard to deal with. The tension there is in the word jurisdiction thereof. What does that mean? And if you go to the Section 5 of the 14th, it says Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Now, ordinarily, the way statutes are designed, if you find a section like that, it says the XYZ department can do it, but it needs to promulgate rules as to how it's going to do it. These would be implementing rules, and ordinarily the courts would give them a certain amount of currency. And I suspect that that's one of the things that Donald Trump is relying on. The second thing is that the word jurisdiction for sure does not mean employees of foreign consuls. As an example, if the wife of the ambassador from Japan has a baby, it is not under the jurisdiction of the United States. I think one could make the argument that if you are born of parents who are not citizens of the United States, they are not under the jurisdiction of the United States. They're under jurisdiction of the country from which they came. So far, the case law doesn't go that way, But part of the problem is that there's no way that anybody can challenge that section of the 14th Amendment. The fact that you just don't like something doesn't mean that you can go to the district court and challenge it. So even if you're really 100% against birthright citizenship, you can't say, I'm Donald Trump, I was born in New York, I'm the president, I hate this, let's do away with it. The courts would bounce you because they'd say, you don't have standing to raise that issue.
Who then would?
So the genius here is that Donald Trump could promulgate rules that interfere with all of the aspects of attaining citizenship. Issuance of documents, permits, everything that depends on citizenship, and the person who can't get a hold of these things would then have standing to raise the matter in district court. As soon as he did, then Donald Trump could raise the issues of that we just talked about, that you have to be the child of legal personnel in order to attain birthright citizenship. So once again, standing, and Trump has figured out a way to create a situation where he'd have standing to raise that issue. So bully for him.
And then you fight it out in court.
Yeah.
And
Maybe.
I was going to say, and see how that transpires from that. But it sounds like, it's one of those things that he could come out there and make whatever statements he wants to make on day one of his incoming presidency. But even if there was such a mechanism that you were prescribing here this morning, it sounds like one of those things that would take an awful long time to make its way through the court systems before it inevitably shows up at the front door of the U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, that's true, but when, the parents of that newborn American citizen go to the passport office to get a passport, go to the Immigration and Naturalization Service to cancel the alien registration card, they aren't going to be able to do it, so they'll feel the impact of that instantly.
Would it also,
right or wrong?
We're talking prospectively, how would it work if we were trying to go in reverse and say, not only are we going to end birthright citizenship as of today, if you have birthright citizenship that was granted to you in past, we are also revoking that?
Well, you could do the same thing and say, you 25-year-old that has birthright citizenship that has petitioned for immediate relatives denied because we don't see you as a citizen at all.
Gotcha.
And this is where, one of the attractions that even if you are a birthright citizen, it doesn't mean squat until you're 21. It would help you get into an American college or university. But when you hit 21, you could petition for immediate relatives and start some chain migration. But if Trump, by regulation, has said, no, you can't, that would take effect right away. It would take a long time for it to percolate through the courts.
Well, as I said, but I think it'd be an interesting conversation and something that I think books are going to end up getting written about. 8:19 in the morning. Bob Klitsky, as I said, broadcasting this Klitsky cameo from a secret location. And today the legislature goes into its last session, notwithstanding any other emergencies. And as you know, the 37th Guam legislature has had its share of emergency sessions, but scheduling-wise, this would be the last session that they've got until they sin and die. Correct?
That's true.
What do you think? What do you think we're going to see?
They may sin and die today.
They could, but that would leave a whole lot, maybe some unfinished business lurking over at the legislature, including a possible override of Bill 185. What is your sense of these last days, these last bills that are coming up?
I don't think anybody is going to make much of an effort to get anything passed that hasn't passed up to this point.
Well, Chris Barnett said he wants to take another stab at 185. That's his bill.
Well, we kind of played all of this stuff out during the election, and right now I think probably most of the work at the legislature is depending on laying the foundation for work in the next legislature, as opposed to mopping up what's in this one.
Yeah. Well, I took a look at some of the items on the agenda, and there was quite a number of yawners in there. And so you're right. It is possible they might just kind of march through all of them today, get it all done, set themselves up for the inevitable soliloquies at the end of all of this. And the thank you very much is to all of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. And then that's going to be it for the 37th.
Probably.
Do you suppose they've and I hate that I want to spring it on you, but I'm just kind of curious. Do you think that the 37th Guam legislature will be remembered for anything? Did they do anything of any significant merit to change the lives of the people of Guam for the better?
I think the guy that's really going to be remembered out of this legislature is Tom Fisher.
Yes, as soon as you opened your mouth, I knew where that was headed. For what reason do you suppose Mr. Fisher will be renowned?
Mr. Fisher is the best example of a political chameleon that I've ever seen. He ran as a Republican, and he embraced all the Democrat values once he got in.
Mm-hmm. And including siding with them on a number of I thought not necessarily critical, but certainly eye-opening issues that they tried to address over at the legislature. You might be right. Do you suppose there's any room for Tom Fisher to strike out again? And is his political career over, or do you suppose he might want to, as Tulsi Gabbard has, switch parties, run as a Democrat, and see if he can get back in?
I think that, as far as his career is concerned, he's on a one-way ticket to Palookaville.
8:22 in the morning. Bob Klitsky, always a pleasure to hear from you. Have a fantastic rest of the week. We'll talk again Tuesday.
Okay, Ray.
All right. 888-8255, 888-TALK, the cameo, the Klitsky cameo. If you're an advertiser, by the way, if you're an advertiser and you're looking for something that a lot of people like, they like the way that Bob Klitsky does the tall tale and these cameos. I will set up my argument, and then I will explain why I am correct. And for a lot of people, that is must-listen radio. And if you want to be a part of that, reach out to me, 888-8255 or 797-8255. Give us a telephone number. We'll have one of our crack account executives come and find you, and your commercial might run in the beginning or the middle or the end of the next Klitsky cameo. It's 8:23 in the morning. There is other to talk about here on the Ray Gibson Show. We've got the Kiwanis are coming in, and that's going to be educational for everybody. I don't know. Who are they? What do they do? What are they responsible for? Are they going to help rebuild the Chief Kipoa statue? I don't know. Are they the Rotary Club? Is it Rotary Light? Wait a second. There's some Rotary clubs that are already Rotary Light. Is it like the Lions Club? What exactly is a Kiwanis, by the way? Where does that go? Are they pickleball players? Who are these people? What are they all about? We'll find out a little bit about that a little bit later on. And also, at 9 or so in the morning, this is going to be a treat. Dana Mancipit is going to be actually making her way to the radio station. Heidi Ballendorf called in last week and said they've got everything is laid out now for Breakfast with Santa. And you're going to love this because they're having it after Christmas. So this is not going to get in the way. It's not going to be an impediment. It's not going to slow down any of your already existing holiday plans. We're going to be doing this in between Christmas and New Year's. Details on that coming up. Anybody could have done it, but you know how I feel about Dana, so she's going to be rolling into the studio a little bit later on. 8:24 on the Ray Gibson Show. Word out of the Department of Education. Maybe you saw this story. GDOE launches over $125 million refurbishment project covering 12 schools on Guam. Now, they've broken everything down as they will in districts. So we've got the Northern District and the Middle Districts and Hadza and Katten and Lagu and Lutsen. And so you might be wondering what schools are going to be affected with this $125 million worth of let's go in and as much as we possibly can get things sorted out. and I hope that they're taking my advice and stop buying the bathroom fixtures that you can buy at the hardware store. I don't want to put any hardware stores out of business, but it is not appropriate given the animal kind of nature of young boys that we send to school these days that are looking at porcelain commodes going, I'll bet you I can break that with my head. And they do. And they twist out the knobs and they knock off all of the soap dispensers and the hand towels and all of that stuff. And so my deal was, if you want that to last, pay for it once, install it once, and forget it. Use the same kind of material they use in prisons. You know, stainless steel sinks, stainless steel commodes, all of that stuff that ain't going to get broken. They used to have, over by Jamaican Grill, and again, you're celebrating 30 years. Do you recall that they, for a very, very long time, had stainless steel prison-style bathroom deals in that bathroom?
Yeah.
And they lasted for a long, long time. Might even still be there. I don't know. I go pee in the bushes when I'm in that. What? Who doesn't?
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. All right. So in Hadzap, the schools that are going to be refurbishment include Ocean View Middle School and Marshall Sablan Elementary School. And the Katten, George Washington High School really needs it. You know, the crazy things. In my mind, I'm thinking, didn't we just rehab that one a few years ago where they took all of the kids from GW and had them go to school up in Teedson before we opened it as Teedson? Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, or maybe I'm just an old fart and it feels like it was yesterday. All right, so we got GW, Agata Johnson Middle School, Ordat Pago Elementary, and JQ San Miguel Elementary School. That's it. Take care of my JQ San Miguel. That's in my hood. That's where I go vote. And frankly, that's easy money. I don't know that there's a whole lot that's wrong with that particular campus. At Lago, it's Finnegodzin Elementary, Daniel L. Perez Elementary School, and Beneventi Middle School up in that region. And Lutzen, right here central, includes Tamuning Elementary School, C.L. Taitanu Elementary School, and Jose Rios Middle School out here. It's $125 million of that. Commitment from Cortec International and GDOE underscores the importance held on education and the future of the community's youth. Cortec scores again with a deal worth at least $125 million. And do the corrections, fix everything. No, do me a favor. Two things now. The bathroom thing, number one. And number two, is there any way that we might be able to include some kind of security in these rehabilitations, in these refurbishments? I'm not saying that every aisle needs to have, every corridor needs to have a video camera for some kind of video surveillance of these facilities, but they get broken into all the time. What I am suggesting is that we just put the housing for the video cameras there. And just say, we invest in signs. This premises under video surveillance 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we have silent attack dogs. That kind of thing. Put those out there, and maybe we'll see a little bit less by way of the break-ins into schools. Studio time, 8:28 in the morning. And remind me, if we get a chance, we have not put Dr. George Macris on the list in a while. But there is it's new to me, a new thing out there, a new kind of... A what?
A variant?
No. Oh my God.
All right.
No,
thanks, man.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where this
pox?
is. If this is going to go, but according to X, a post on X, and it's verified, but it's verified by an outfit I don't know anything about. They say that Fauci has admitted that all of the vaccines that they put in front of children were untested. Anybody surprised? Anybody surprised by any of that?
No, Fauci for prison.
And another reason for me to be the happiest guy on the planet, among the happiest, because I never got the vaccine. I did not vaccinate myself with their experimental thing. If you did and it worked for you, wonderful. But I went through all of COVID-19. I got sick once. I took 2 Tylenols and drank about a gallon of pineapple juice, and it was gone the next day. Bye-bye. See you later. No lingering effects. And the only issues I got to worry about are the ones that I brought on by myself with the various vaccines that I took in form of tasty beers. 8:30 in the morning. But there's a new kind of therapy. It's red light therapy. Have you heard about this?
Oh, yeah, red light district.
Not red light districts.
Okay, man.
Like red light, red lasers. It is a therapy surging in popularity, especially for the treatment of wrinkles. Now I have your attention. Yeah. And acne. Red light therapy has shown promise in a variety of other areas, including wound healing, pain management, and cancer care. The doctors say it's safe to use. It can be used across a variety of skin types, even in the most sensitive individuals. There's one dermatologist that worried if you've got any kind of photosensitizing condition, lupus as an example, then they're not recommending it for you. But everybody else will get in front of a red LED light directed at the skin, triggering a process called photobiomodulation. Say it with me now, kids. Photobiomodulation. A non-invasive way to stimulate certain cells that will rejuvenate the skin. Have we found the fountain of youth? NASA has apparently been a pioneer in the field of red light therapy. Reality check, while red light can improve the appearance of skin, it's not powerful enough to replace anything that we currently have. Red light can plump aging skin, it says, but don't expect Botox-like results. Well, it's fine. I've seen people with Botox. Yeah, I'm not crazy about that look. In most cases, a doctor recommends red light therapy to complement other treatment options. But if you are in that place where you are spending a lot of time in front of the mirror playing around with your worry lines or crow's feet or eye bags and things like that and wondering if there's might be something you can use, red LED light might be the way for you to go. Naturally, I know what everybody's doing right now. I can already hear AMAZON being clicked out on computers all over the place. And good luck. You might find something like it, but they say that the ones that you can buy kind of over the counter aren't going to be strong enough to be able to wield the same results as something that is done in a professional's office. So maybe you check with your doctor and ask them about red light to rejuvenate your skin. Studio time is 8:32. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines, plus celebrity birthdays and more when the Ray Gibson Show continues.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Well, bless my biscuits. The holidays are here, and KFC's got just what you need to make them finger-licking festive. Our new KFC Holiday Feast, packed with 12 pieces of my world-famous fried chicken, hearty sides, and fluffy biscuits. And here's the kicker. You'll get a glass casserole dish with your KFC Holiday Feast. Hosting a smaller gathering, our 6-piece holiday meal is just as delicious and perfect for cozy celebrations. This holiday season, take a break. Let KFC do the cooking while you enjoy the loving. KFC, it's finger-licking good for the holidays.
I cannot believe the length of the conversation on Facebook Live about brie and the the chalet charcuteries. You never know.
Well, dude, all they know is craft singles, Ray.
Brad, I got 4 hours of talk radio, and as much as I try to headline it with power conversations or what are we doing with the hospital, who is Keck Medicine out of USC, all of this stuff. What are people going to take away? They're going to come back at me later on today, and they're going to say, "Hey Ray, what was the website for that charcuterie chalet people that you were talking about?" It is Edible Architecture or something like that, or just Google for charcuterie, if you know how to spell it. Charcuterie chalet. Something will pop up. Studio time is 8:34. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines. Now, catch us up. What's going on?
38-year-old Mary Grace Malonzo faces drug charges after a traffic stop for expired tags. Police say Malonzo admitted to using the wrong license plates, and officers found meth in her bag. She is charged with possession and fraudulent use of a license plate. And as Jimbo Elementary School passed its annual sanitation inspection with a C grade, Public Health conducted the inspection in November. GDOE praised the school's efforts. Superintendent Dr. Eric Swanson recognized the leadership and work of GDOE's facilities and maintenance teams in achieving the milestone. And GDOE has awarded Cortec a $125 million contract to refurbish 12 public schools using ARP funds. The project will address critical infrastructure issues, including restroom renovations, exterior door replacements, walkway repairs, and electrical upgrades. Schools across multiple regions will benefit, including Tamuning Elementary, Ocean View Middle School, and GW. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Okay, good deal. 8:35 in the morning. Celebrity birthdays today include Margaret Cho.
Why is that familiar?
Korean comedian.
Because I had a friend
Okay.
named Hannah Cho, and she was I called her Director Cho when she was working at the Department of Labor. But this is a different person. Yeah, this is a comedian. I got Margaret Cho's 56 years old today. Paula Patton from Warcraft, Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol is 49 years old. From Marvel's Agents of Shield, I'm sorry, Gabrielle Luna. Generally, the chicks on the Marvel shows are pretty cool. Yeah, they're kind of hot in that special way. From Malcolm in the Middle, Frankie Muniz is 39 years old.
Gosh.
For real, right? Looking to see if there's a couple other names here that you might recognize. Ava Kolker from Scary Movie 5 is 18 years old. You might remember her from Girl Meets World as well. Happy 18th birthday, Ava. Special events for today include Bathtub Party Day. That's it. We're done. That's all you need to. That's all you need to shoot for today. Bathtub Party Day, and an opportunity to find out just how many people you can squeeze into your bathtub. You ever try that?
Yeah.
Yes, of course you have.
The water gets warm around you.
Gross.
That's why you want a hot tub. You just can't tell. But there's a thing called the hot tub effect. We can't talk about it on the air. Day of the Ninja for today. If you're looking for something to celebrate, I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Maybe dress up in black garb. Get those things like claws on your hand. Those look like fun to play around with, and make these. That's the noise they make, right?
Is it?
They
Talking about the what do you call it? The star?
Or you could leave a gathering without telling anyone.
No, that's right.
That would work.
I'm good at that. I am good at that. I am the king of the ninja. And it's one of those things. I'll get notes from you. I'm going to pull it into my house, and people say, "Where'd you go?"
Yeah, where'd you go?
I wake up
in the
at
restroom.
Like, what do you mean? I was there the whole time.
I wake up at 4. I just ninja. Thanks for the invitation. International Volunteer Day, and if you're looking for a way to volunteer, get in touch with Allie over at Gain. They've got another one of these SNP clinics coming up. They don't need you to do the procedures. They need you to hang out in the recovery room and gently talk to and shepherd the animals back into consciousness. Yeah, and if something goes wrong, you call somebody and they'll take care of it. So where was I? It's a Bathtub Party Day, International Volunteer Day, Blue Jeans Day. And to shout to all of the girls, you know who you are, that buy those blue jeans that accentuate everything.
Oh, the stretchy jeans.
Thank you. Thank you. Where are we? I mean, maybe I ought to make this one of these online poll things, but where are we on those jeans that are already pre-torn?
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
And they cost
They look
so
beat
much.
up, man.
Yeah.
Like $200.
You know what? I can give you some of my jeans. They already got holes in them. I got the fun jeans. You can't see the holes because they're in the pockets. So it's something I can wear and something I can play with. Commute with your baby day. Communicate with your kids day. Send them messages, because you can't actually directly talk to teenagers anymore.
Yeah.
You have to WhatsApp them.
Yeah.
Or if they're still allowing, if they haven't blocked you on WhatsApp, come up with a cool nickname and hit them on Snapchat. Or what's the other one? Kick? Is Kick still good?
What's that?
Kick.
That's old, I think. That's K-I-K, right?
Daddy, chill.
Wait, no, because now I'm thinking, wait a second. What are the big teen apps? Because there used to be, Facebook was all about, younger people, and then the parents of the younger people invaded.
Yeah.
And so
Got
the
out.
young ones, they split.
They got out, bro.
So what's... Instagram, Threads. I don't know if Threads is the new one. It feels too meta.
There's no DMs on Threads, so I don't think they use that to communicate.
TikTok.
Right.
They like TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah, as long as it's still available.
I don't know. You know, they always make that noise like they're going to get rid of it and kill it in the United States
They've
app
been
stores.
saying that.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened yet. I think there's a deadline that needs to loom before they decide that they're going to be doing something like that. It's Repeal Day. Oh my God, this would be great. The 37th Guam legislature, which otherwise has not displayed anything that is renowned or earth-breaking. There is a day. There's an opportunity for them to become the brave 37th Guam legislature that we know they've got deep down inside, and an opportunity for the entire body to speak as one and say we are our own and independent branch of the government, and we could repeal certain things or override certain things. The brave and courageous members of the 37th Guam legislature, today could be your day. Studio time is 8:41. That's it, Donna. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Now we're going to take as long a break as possible because we got some guests coming in to describe in detail what exactly a Kiwanis is.
Bring the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories. Designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. And maybe you heard us talking about this. We're going to get the explanation. And maybe you've heard about them and you've been scratching your head going, what are these Kiwanis people? What is it that they do around here? And is this something I want to get involved in? And so in the studio right now, I've got Sylvan Tadella. Buenas Navade, do me a favor. Just swing that microphone over in your direction and get in there so we can see you on TV. Right now it says Donna Duenas, but that is obviously not the correct name. I've got another guest in the studio. What's your name?
My name is Roma Velasco.
Roma, it's a pleasure to have you in the studio here this morning to talk about the Kiwanis. I'll ask out loud, and then you guys can decide amongst yourselves. Who can describe exactly what is a Kiwanis? What is it that you guys do?
Okay, Kiwanis is a non-profit organization.
Oh, start with that.
It's founded in 1915 in Detroit, Michigan, and our headquarters in Indianapolis, Indiana.
You're reading from the web. You're reading from the worldwide. What is it you guys do here? Here in Guam. What are you guys about?
As our motto, Kiwanis, right? Serving the children of the world.
Oh.
So mostly for the children.
Okay.
We have our Kiwanis here in Guam, only 3 years now, but we have already adopted a bus stop for our children in UR Market, in front of Santa Barbara Church, and one coming up in beside 1M Guerrero School in Dededo.
Very good. Yeah. So there's someplace clean where they can go and wait for the bus or wait, mom and dad?
We painted that. We're cleaning that, bush cutting.
Oh, sweet. So what is it, Kiwanis? What is that? I'm kind of curious about that. I've obviously been familiar with groups like this in the past. Kiwanis has been around for a while. But where does the name come from? What is it? What does it mean? Something? Is there something behind that?
I'm not too familiar.
Step close to the microphone if you don't mind.
I'm not too familiar with the name, where it's originated from. But I know it dates way back even to the 70s, where it became very popular in the mainland, where when you are transiting from state to state or county to county, you see the welcome. And the
Rotary
big
Club,
K.
the Lions, and the big K is Kiwanis.
Yes, Kiwanis. So, it's a service organization, a volunteer service organization that's been established globally. But we here in Guam have 3 groups of organization, and we've been mainly concentrating on providing support for the kids.
As she says, yes.
Yes. I am looking to create the next group. Next club.
The 4th club.
It'll be the 4th club. We are having our open house to welcome the community and say, if you are interested, you want to learn about what we do, this coming Saturday from 4:30 to 7 p.m., we will be at the Dededo Community Center, providing information, getting application for interested parties. But also, if anybody wants to donate, because of the upcoming holidays, it's part of our tradition to provide for kids. So places like Harvest House,
GMH Pediatric Section.
Okay, good.
The Child Protective Services.
I'm glad that you're helping out, and I'm glad that you mentioned Harvest House. They're among my favorites out there, and they're very, very busy people, the Taylors, and they've got their hands full with a growing number of members of the foster child community here on Guam, and it's just so sad what happens to them, and sad that we might not be able to give them a good holiday unless volunteer organizations like you step up and help them out. I'm glad to hear about that. Let me go back a little bit on a little bit more. So there's going to be an open house on the 7th, 4 until 7 o'clock, 4:30 until 7 o'clock, Dededo Community Center. If you want details, you can reach out to me, and we'll throw something together, or I'll invite you to put this on the gizmo, the point.gu calendar, so our visitors can take a look at that and learn a little bit more. But I've got to ask, just in terms of joining the Kiwanis, is there a cost to be a member? Do I have to pay for something?
Yes, there is a cost. The organization has fees. Plus, we also have administrative fees that we need to help pay for while we are organized.
So what do I get? What do I get for my my admission fee?
Well,
do you have cool uniform? Is there a vest?
No, we don't.
Come on, the Lions have a vest.
We have a vest.
There's a vest.
You have
okay.
to pay for it also.
Separate charge.
Right.
Right. But once you're into it, then obviously the pins and things like that.
Yes.
So you can show that you are a member of the Kiwanis organization.
We have T-shirts.
And all kinds of other
we
events.
Have cups now.
So how long have you been a member of the Kiwanis?
3 years.
3 years. And what got you in? How did you? What was it? What motivated you to join?
Our Governor Bel Garcia, was the one in charge of all the of the Kiwanis getting back here in Guam.
Okay. And so you just joined up, said, okay, if this is good for Belle, I'm gonna hang out.
No. When she introduced the Kiwanis, it's all about the serving the children of the world. So okay, then. By the way, we are the Kabayan dance group also, mostly of the Kiwanis.
I thought I recognized the accent for sure.
Kabayan dance group.
Yeah, but I mean, so was there already Kiwanis groups that were in existence before that?
Before, yeah. Our member, attorney Fred Hariki.
Oh, I know Fred. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine singer. If you know, you know. And anyway, so obviously it's been around for a while, and you found an opportunity to serve in the community, and you chose to do that via the Kiwanis. What about you, Sylvan? How'd you get involved?
Well, my wife is in her group.
Ah!
And I'm always around helping. And, you know, my wife was like, when are you going to join? And I was like, well, I think I'm going to join the other group because I don't want to be just dancing with you guys.
Right. Or in the very least, you're the guy with the truck and you get to haul everything around to the meetings and things like that. When you travel, are there opportunities for you to go? And as I know, Rotary Club does this. So if you are Rotarian here on Guam and you're traveling, you have to do a makeup meeting wherever it is that you are. Is there something similar with the Kiwanis, or are there opportunities to travel and be a guest of other Kiwanis organizations around the world?
Actually, there is an upcoming convention, Jubilee, that's going to happen in Taiwan the upcoming spring, like around March 2025.
Yeah, so I mean, you join like this week, and then you're eligible to go and represent Guam at these Jubilees around the world.
Correct. We are also slated to be the host in 2027. So
for the convention.
we have
here
in
Guam.
Yes. We've been working with the Visitors
GVB,
Bureau to
yes.
help us coordinate, welcoming over 20 some countries to be here for the convention.
Very interesting. About how many people are anticipated to show up? I mean, we're talking about Jubilees. They're doing one now in Taiwan, and they're going to be doing one on Guam in 2027.
Yes.
This could be major. This could fill every hotel room on Guam.
Yep. And that's what we're really hoping for. So this is part of our effort, towards 2027. But I mean, locally, our goal really is to help. And I need to point out that the group that I'm intending to organize, my goal is to be a proponent for the Child Protective Service. So that's going to be kind of our concentration on helping immediate needs of these kids that get brought into the system. Everything from books, from food, clothing. So we're going to be concentrating on helping that system out.
Are there, and I've got a couple of brochures in front of me, and I can't tell whether these are outreach programs to the kids, or are there Kiwanis groups that are made up of kids?
There is a possibility. We haven't. There's only one Kiwanis Kids. They're called Key Club.
Key Club.
And it's out of Saipan. We're reaching out to try and build one here.
Yeah.
But we haven't had much chance to gather enough. But Saipan does out of Marianas High School.
Okay.
So I mean, they're starting off pretty early. Hopefully, they become
full gift. When they get to 18, they can be, grown-up Kiwanis coming out of those programs with a deeper understanding of what it is that they need, that needs to be done in their community. So you got the Key Club for kids 18 and older, and in college, there are programs that they can get into as well.
Yes, there are.
Different campuses all over the place.
Right.
Where we can get all of that. Is it mostly, is it Kiwanis Worldwide, is it mostly aimed at children, or are there other services that you do in the community, get involved in different charities, different fundraising opportunities, cleanups, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Go ahead, Roma. Like what?
The cleanup, just like the bus stop.
Oh, I see. The components of other plans and things like that you're doing.
It's not only for the kids. We donated some for the cancer patients.
Okay. All right. It sounds like a great organization to be a part of. You get the meetings, and you can get yourself a T-shirt, and then there's dancing at all the meetings. There's going to be dancing. Is that what the story is here? For her group. But is it possible to create another group of Kiwanis? Say, I'm more interested in taking care of senior citizens. Is that something that's doable in the overarching Kiwanis structure?
I mean, it's a
service organization.
So I mean, if you wish to create this club helping senior citizen, then if you can get your group together and march towards that goal, then I'm pretty sure you're gonna make out a good group.
We'll go over a couple of the basics again. It's going to be the Kiwanis Nation of Guam getting together on the 7th. That's this weekend. That's why they're here today, because it's happening this weekend, 4:30 until 7 o'clock at the Dededo Community Center. Do people need to bring anything with them when they show up? Is there any requirements at all other than a checkbook, credit card, some cash to fill out the paper? Is there an initiation process? Does everybody that fills out an application, are they guaranteed membership in the Kiwanis, or are you going to take a look at that and say, yeah, I know him, we don't want Gibson in this group?
No, we welcome everybody, all shapes, colors, and
ages, backgrounds, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you better be ready to work, because like you said, you're adopting bus shelters and there's cleanup. You got to go out there and cut the grass and pick up the trash, and it's not just one time. You do it all the time, right? Rescue it when the graffiti guys come over and take a look at it.
You have to paint it all over
You have to
again.
paint the thing all over again.
Yeah.
But it sounds like a whole lot of fun. 4 organizations on Guam already, and going for a 5th.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said
Going
3.
4.
All right, 3 now, going for a 4th organization.
Yes, sir.
Do you break it down in terms of where you live on Guam? We got are they all concentrated in one place, or are you looking at being able to organize in the north, central, south?
Right now, our charter president lives in Nimitz Hills, me in Dededo, so
We're all over.
Really.
Okay.
I
All
mean,
over. All over.
I think the big thing is if you have an interest in what we do, you could be down in Malesu, and you're more than welcome to join us.
Gas is $4.90 a gallon, so I'm
we could always
send somebody
take
down.
turns going down, having our meeting there.
Oh, I see. Is there? So you don't have like a clubhouse or anything? Where do you normally meet?
We normally meet at Wendy's over here nearby.
Yeah, new taco salad, FYI.
Yes.
And in Barrigada also, President Allen House.
Okay, all right. So there's always, and anybody can say, okay, we're gonna have the meeting over at my place later on, and have like potlucks and sing-alongs and things like that. Anything special you guys are doing for the holidays besides this open house?
We actually have an upcoming 2K, 5K.
Yes. January.
After the holidays.
Yeah. Well, that's when people need it to burn off all of the food that they've eaten over the course of the Christmas and New Year's holidays. When is that? Do you have the date on that already?
Yes.
Has the running club already set up over at the mall to make sure that they can get the bibs out to everybody?
Yes.
We are actually having sign-ups.
January. I mean the 2K 5K run on Chamorro Village, 5:30 a.m. January 5th, 2025.
Okay, and what are the prizes? You can get runners to do anything for a T-shirt. but the honest to God, the truth of the matter is, and if you are organizing a 5K or a 10K here on Guam and you want to get people to run, we all have too many T-shirts already. I've got the T-shirts and running things coming out my ears. And what we need are like towels or something like that. The kind of cool gizmos that we can throw a logo on and include for the $10 or $15 worth. But if you come out with a shirt, maybe not. And especially if it's a cotton shirt. If it's a cotton shirt, don't even bother. If it's got to be a shirt, it's got to go to the Run Guam down in Tumon and have them put together the designs, and those are the ones that you want to give up. Details available. Just talk to Richard or Manny over at the Running Club, and they'll take care of all of the rest. When did you say when is that 5K? You said January what? 5?
January 5, 2025.
Gotcha. Yes. And again, the open house is going to be taking place. What is this? December the 7th from 4:30 p.m. until 7 o'clock at the Dededo Community Center. And if you know anybody else that is a member of the Kiwanis groups that we've got here on Guam and you need a little bit more information or a little bit more motivation, by all means, reach out to them today. You guys got a website or Facebook or something like that?
We have.
Go ahead, tell everybody how we can find you in the social medias.
We have our Kiwanis Club of Guam on Facebook.
Just on Facebook?
Yes.
Instagram, OnlyFans, all of that? Hey, stop that, Raymond. Hey, it's okay. So we now know where to find them and all of that stuff. Closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. And Dana Matspit coming in a little bit later on. We'll talk about Breakfast with Santa coming up between now and New Year's. That's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy fun because you don't have to worry about blocking out time before the Christmas holiday. This one here is going to be taking place after the holiday. We'll talk about that and more. Sylvan, thanks so much for coming by the radio station. Roman, thank you very much. And when can we see you dance again?
Today.
Today?
At the Hyatt Taiwan event.
Oh, gotcha. All right, well, a lot of stuff going on. Got to break away now. Fox News Live, KUSJ Ganya, Pika's Best 4 times now.
A manhunt in Manhattan. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The NYPD looking for the suspect who they say shot and killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson as he was walking down the street in Midtown Manhattan early this morning.
Sources telling me on the ground that this was a targeted attack, and they say the gunman was highly skilled. He shot him once in the back and another time in his leg. He kept walking toward him, too, as he was fighting for his life on the ground, and he shot him again. The NYPD releasing photos that show the suspect. Part of his face is covered. Investigators say this guy walked off after that shooting, hopped on a bike, and rode away toward Central Park.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in Manhattan. Thompson was in New York City for an investors conference. Police have not yet established a motive for the killing, which happened just blocks from tonight's Christmas tree lighting in Rockefeller Center. The FBI investigating after weeks of reports of drones flying in New Jersey, not far from President-elect Trump's golf club and a military research facility.
Local authorities reiterating that there is no threat to public safety because of these drones, but we're speaking with witnesses who are concerned because they're flying near sensitive areas, but also just in general, these drones, we're told, are bigger than drones you would typically see people flying for fun. In fact, one witness said they look like commercial military drones.
Fox's Nate Foy in Morristown, New Jersey. The White House says at least 8 U.S. telecom firms and dozens of countries have been impacted by Chinese hackers. Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger says they believe the hackers were able to gain access to communications of senior U.S. government officials and prominent political figures, but says they don't believe any classified information was compromised. Wall Street, the Dow gained 308, closing above 45,000 for the first time. The Nasdaq up 254, the S&P plus 36. America is listening to Fox News.
Want to explore the Philippines or other international destinations next year? Get the best deals with Philippine Airlines Thanksgiving and year-end seat sale. Fly from February 1st to August 15th next year, Guam, Manila, Guam for as low as $353 for a max stay of 2 weeks. Fly from August 16th and later, Guam, Manila, Guam for as low as $333. Want to go somewhere else? Fly to other international destinations, round trip for as low as $729. To Bali. Hurry, promotional seats are limited. Terms, conditions, blackout dates apply. Seats are subject to availability. Book now at Goodwin Travel and Tour. Located on the second floor of the Micronesia Mall above the center court.
Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
A woman shot in the eye by a police officer's rubber bullet will settle her lawsuit with the city of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Fort Lauderdale City Commissioners voted to approve a nearly $2 million legal settlement for LaToya Ratliff. She was shot during a Black Lives Matter protest in 2020 by a rubber bullet, breaking an eye socket, causing nerve damage and some permanent vision loss.
I just still don't think at the city, I mean, I'm glad that this happened, but true acknowledgement of what was taken from me and what I will continue to deal with for the rest of my life.
She tells Fox affiliate WSVN.
For me, it's just really trying to get back as much as I can of normalcy and finally at least closing this chapter so I can really start to heal.
An investigation finds she was shot accidentally after someone threw a tear gas canister at police during the protest. Chris Foster, Fox News.
A raw milk recall in California has expanded after tests show more bird flu virus. Farm of Fresno has voluntarily recalled all whole milk and cream products across the state. No known bird flu cases have been reported in people who drank the raw milk. A new survey finds Americans are making lifestyle changes so they can afford the holidays.
If you're re-gifting this year, you aren't alone. According to a new survey from Empower, 42% of Americans will re-gift this year to manage expenses, while more than half say they hope to avoid hosting holiday gatherings because of costs. Other holiday tweaks people say they make to help save up for the festivities: making food at home instead of eating out. That's 57%. Cutting back on spending in other areas so they can put them towards gifts and holiday entertainment, 49%. Dipping into savings accounts to pay for gifts, 32%.
Fox's Lillian Wu. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Santa's come in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments, perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301.
It's studio time, 6 after 9. Portions of the broadcast made possible by our friends over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the team over at Hafaloha. What do they got? They got the good stuff.
Rediscover.
What? No, you can go ahead, go.
It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Nervous, huh?
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh my God! You know, normally I do interviews and I worry with some people I have to say match my energy, but in this case I think I'm going to be struggling to match her energy. Dana Matzepet in the studio. Good morning, buenas and Day.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing terrific. Okay, the disclosure: we were at the same shindig last night over at Capitol Kitchen.
Karaoke all night.
Yes, we were.
Well, it wasn't karaoke, but there was singing and lots of loud talking for a while, and we all had something to talk about because as the party got started, when I got there, the power was out because we had all of those issues with the PD number 8 and one of the other deals that had gone sideways, and it was load shedding going on, and nobody wanted to go home. And besides, there was free beer at Capitol Kitchen. Why go home? We'll just stay here and wait this thing out, which is I think what everybody did. Now I'm kind of curious. What was the occasion last night?
The occasion for which part? For Capitol Kitchen or for the?
For both. There was an appreciation party.
It was an appreciation, and I believe they were launching their Christmas lights or Christmas decorations because they were closed for a couple of days, and then they did like a whole gingerbread wall.
I saw that.
And there was a disclaimer: please don't lick it, bite it, or poke it. We've seen in the past where there's teeth marks on it, but
You're
it's
kidding.
great. I love it when you walk in, you smell the gingerbread.
What a
So
terrific place.
amazing.
The more time that I spend there, the more I
Money you
like.
spend?
No, well, they're really easy on, and more people need to know about this. But Capital Kitchen has got maybe one of the best and most unsung happy hours there is. So they've got the bar off on the side.
Yes.
You got restaurants over here, happy hour in the bar. Occasionally there might be some music in there, but the drinks are very fairly priced.
Yes.
And I went in there, and the guy comes up to me and says, we've got sushi here. Would you like a sushi? And I said, yeah, I like sushi. It's happy hour, so it's half off.
Yes.
And I said, okay, great. And I said, well, give me a roll. And the guy comes out with this massive plate filled with sushi. And I'm looking at it going, this is a whole lot. This is like restaurant quality. I was expecting, appetizer size. And it came out like an entree. And I thought, man, this is amazing. And they got all my favorite beers. You got the silver, the Heineken Silver, and the Michelob Ultra, and all of that stuff. So if you're looking for someplace new, and the view is incredible, especially just around sunset time where you can't tell that you're drinking over the Harmon Industrial Park, it really is terrific. And stick around for dinner, and there's always something fun going on. Jesse and Ruby.
Jesse and Ruby are there.
That's their new hang.
I think it's Wednesday to Friday. I'm not sure.
I didn't get the brochure. They were there last night. They were there last night.
Yeah,
Anyways,
they did a great job.
Dana's in the studio. We got to do shout to Trisha.
Hi, Trish.
TC in charge. Trisha Cruz. Trisha Cruz in the house.
We promised her a shout out, so we love you, Trish. We hope you're having a great day. Thank you for listening in.
I like that. Real Joseph. Never heard of her. Yeah, right. Okay. Anyway, so the reason why Dana's in the studio, besides so we can have this massive round of mutual flirtation, is to talk about Breakfast with Santa, and this is going to be taking place, oddly, after Christmas.
Yes. Santa was really busy this year.
I hear.
I mean, he was like, well, I don't know if they're really good or bad, so we had to take a lot of time to think about it with all these happy hours going on, right?
Yes.
But we're going to have it a little bit after. It's never too late to celebrate. I feel like, even on your birthday, I always tell people I accept gifts even 6 months after.
Yes.
So for Christmas, and especially on Guam, Christmas really isn't over until Three Kings, right?
That's the way it's done.
So it's still a really
traditionally.
good time to celebrate.
The 25th is a Wednesday.
Yes.
And this is going to be taking place the immediate following Saturday.
Yes, the 28th.
All right. And it's going to be at Two-Mont Sands Plaza?
Yes, Two-Mont Sands.
Why not at Capital Kitchen?
Oh, we couldn't get a reservation.
What? Do you know somebody
They were
there?
fully booked. They were fully booked, I think, since like last year. I don't know. I went in and I'm like, what if I say pretty please? And they said, we're so sorry. Unfortunately, no.
Well, Two-Mont Sands is nice.
Two-Mont Sands is a great place. One of my friends owns the Honolulu Coffee Company. And he said, if you would like to utilize our space, we have a great area in the atrium. So it'll be in the middle, the coffee shop area.
Yeah.
Great parking. And we're going to have a surprise visit from Santa himself.
Yeah.
After he's done dropping off all the gifts on Christmas Day.
Has to be, yeah.
So he has a lighter load that day. We want to have some breakfast with him and celebrate.
So at noon until about 12:30, and whatever the prices are, and it goes to help out the Manielu organization.
Yes. And a lot of people say, oh, Dana, what is Manielu? So Manielu is
used to be Big Brothers, Big Sisters,
of
yeah.
Guam, correct.
Find Samantha Taitano. She was instrumental in doing a lot to get the word out about Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Yes.
And also, I think, instrumental in narrowing, I suppose, the focus of it and creating what is now Manielu, which has got a very specific focus, I think, when it comes down to, who it is that we're trying to help out. And basically, kids in the Ville.
Yes.
Kids in the hood that could use safe and nice activities that they can participate in that unfortunately they wouldn't necessarily have access to in schools and things like that. I mean, it's a real boots on the ground organization.
Yes, it's very hands-on. The team, I mean, we have outreach every day, Monday through Friday. On special occasions, we have outreach on the weekend. But we get out there, it's about serving the underserved community, right? And the kids that maybe don't have a very conducive environment for learning or for proper guidance or mentoring, my team steps in and this is what they do. And they really do it for the love of it.
Oh, yeah.
So
there's no money in it.
Yeah.
There's no money in this game at all. You've heard us talking about Manielo and many times in the past, and so by helping you, we get to help Manielo, and that's why any of the details that you want that we don't get a chance to talk about in the next little bit are available at thepoint.gu, and just go to the calendar section. Just go to community. There's a calendar. In fact, it's right underneath the part where if you're on the screen now at thepoint.gu, underneath the television show is the calendar and all the details on this. You might need to, because we stack up a whole lot of events, you might need to click on where it says show more events at the bottom of it, but it'll take you to the deal, and you can find out more. But again, the basics of it: 2 Sands Plaza, Saturday, December 28th, 2024. It's Breakfast with Santa. What's cooking? What are you guys going to be? What are we eating?
It's a very simple breakfast. It's fried rice, scrambled eggs, Portuguese sausage links, croffles, and I believe pancakes.
What did you say? Quaffles?
Croffles.
Croffles?
The croissant waffle thing that everybody loves.
Oh
my gosh, do I have to deliver some to you?
No, I've only just recently heard about this magical concoction. So it's a croissant, and then you shove the thing into a waffle maker.
And it's a croffle.
Okay.
It's like magic.
So
totally different animal.
but does it start as a croissant, or do you use croissant dough? It starts as a croissant, and then you smash it down into the form.
Yes.
Okay, and then you eat this how?
However you want.
Okay, so I can douse it with syrup,
powdered sugar. Some people make it like savory, and they'll put something else on it.
Yes,
I don't know. But if you put bacon and eggs and syrup, that's also good.
That works for me. All right, 9:50, and I'll tell you a story about the time I was in Las Vegas, and I was hanging. I was having dinner with some vendors, and they wanted to take me to a place, and I'd already eaten at Wolfgang Puck's with another set of vendors. This is the whole reason why you go to trade shows, is that so vendors can pay you back for all of the ridiculous money that you spend with them. Anyway, these guys said, "Well, what do you've already had Wolfgang Puck's. What do you want to eat?" I said, "I don't know. Pick something. Let's try something different." And they took me to a restaurant, and the claim to fame of this restaurant, they only had one item on the menu: fried chicken. They only had fried chicken on the menu, and the way they would do it is, and everybody got the same thing, and they bring it out, and it is a fried chicken, a whole or a half or quarters or something like that, and then it's dressed up on waffles, and drizzled, soaked, if you will.
Honey?
No,
Syrup?
no, yes, syrup, maple syrup, real maple syrup, and it's the first time that I'd ever had chicken with maple syrup on it, and I swear I can't go back. Now it's either honey or maple syrup on the fried chicken. Try it; you're going to love it. Anyway, so you got that going on. So the kids are going to eat. What else will they be doing? What are some of the activities?
We're going to have some activities there. Last year, hair braiding was such a big hit, not only for the kids but even the adults. So we'll be having a hair braiding station. Letters to Santa station. You can write your letter to Santa still.
The hair braiding station.
Yes.
Okay. So are we talking just one braid, two braids? Do you pay more? Do we get cornrows?
So this is all free.
This
is you pay to go to the event. All of this is free to you. So you could go in with your hair all messy, and you leave with a great, outstanding hairstyle.
Who's doing it?
We have people.
You got
volunteers.
people. You got a guy.
We have.
you got a girl.
We know people. We know people.
Oh, that's cool. That's all right.
I have a great staff, and we have people that have been volunteering to help.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very grateful that people really want to get involved.
No, well, as we say, it's for a good cause.
Yes.
Opportunities to decorate cookies, and then there's coloring, letters to Santas. We don't do events on Guam anymore without photo booths.
Correct. So we will have a photo booth there, and hopefully we could catch Santa in the photo booth. We'll have a surprise.
There's 11 different companies, more I'm sure, that are doing photo booths these days. Remember when they first came out, and it was just, here's the crazy hat and the big glasses and a couple of funny signs and things like that. Now they've got them that rotate and spin around. The 360 ones. There was one I saw recently. It's like you go in a tent, and and you do that. So I don't know which one they're going to have over at Breakfast with Santa, but
we're a nonprofit. We keep it simple.
But if you'd like to volunteer,
if anyone would like to say, give us a good deal, or say we would like to donate, that would be great. But I do know what you're talking about. But we are doing a simple photo booth, and people love that. It's a great memory, and people have theirs from 10 years ago.
Yeah. We all still
We've
have
seen the
the
photos
very
from 10
first
years
ones.
ago. It's amazing.
Some of them are, ex-wives, ex-girlfriends, whatever it happens to be. But you don't throw those things away. How do people get their hands on a pair of tickets? Can we just buy them at the door? Do you want pre-sales? What?
So we're going to try to sell. Well, last year we oversold.
No.
So this year we're just going to say, okay, well, you can come to our office. And we're located at Sunny's Plaza in Tamuning, Unit 201. And you can purchase there. You could do cash, check, PayPal.
Yeah. What is folding money is accepted. Jose Martinez online says croissant croffles are awesome, and he's a chef, and he knows all about these kinds of things. So what else are you going to be? I mean, I think I might have missed a step in the conversation.
Okay.
Are you Manielu now?
I'm with Manielu, yes.
Yes, you are. Okay.
Yes.
Now, where else are you?
I'm here. What else do I do?
This is your gig now?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm the executive director at Manielu.
Executive
Yes,
director
sir.
of Manielu. Okay, because you have had many business cards in the many
Yes,
years that I've known you, so I wasn't sure if this was like volunteer time for you. Okay, so you are the new boss of the shop of Manielu.
Yes, I am.
Well, no, good for you. You couldn't have picked a better person to do it. In my life, you always try to give the job to the busiest person, and you've always got 10 or 15 things going at the same time. A lot of irons in the fire.
So you got to say it keeps you young.
Definitely, and I'm not going to ask the age, but like me, she's one of those that yes, you may card me. Thank you very much. But anyway, so there's other things that you do. I know you for a lot of different reasons. Number one, Daphne Imizu's hot sister, Dana, but you're also guard.
I'm in the Air Force Reserve.
Air Force Reserve.
44 Aerial Port Squadron. Yeah, 44 APS.
Is that the red hat?
No, that's Red Horse.
Red Horse.
Yes, but they're also great. They're amazing. Those are all the people that go out there and get their hands dirty. So my unit, Operation Christmas Drop, we have a team up there.
Okay.
So we build the pallets, we do the cargo, we do the joint inspection. So we do all the fun stuff.
When is that?
Operation Christmas Drop is going on right now, actually.
As we speak? I mean, there's planes going out now?
There are people, there's people up there prepping.
I see.
So before anything goes out, you get up there, you accept all the donations, you start sorting, you have to box them properly.
Right.
So there's a whole process before you have to let it go out.
This is spreading around. There's a kid in the Air Force. There's an airman out there. Do you remember his name, Joe? The name of the guy? I'll look it up and find it, but there's a guy, he's an airman, North Dakota. I'm just going to, random Air Force base out there somewhere. But he's from Guam and has organized a gift drive on his base. And there's supposed to be, if it's not here already, it would surprise me because I think that was the direction that I've been seeing things go. Is he did a gift drive on his base and is palletizing and preparing for a shipment, and they were going to fly it from the States here.
Oh, wow.
So some of the gifts that are going out in Christmas Drop, some of the goodies that are going out in Christmas Drop, obviously from concerned folks here in this community, but also in states as well.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, it's as the general will say, there's nothing that an airman, a properly motivated airman in the Air Force can't do.
Exactly.
And it's the same thing with the reserves, right?
Yes.
And
Exactly.
so how do you manage? Because as I said, you've got a lot going on in your life. I mean, how do you manage, your drill weekends and breakfast with Santa and goofing off with me and Trish? How do you manage that schedule?
It's time management. No, you just you make time for yourself. In order for you to be able to give back, you got to be taking really good care of yourself. I always tell people health is the most important thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I love running and exercise. I can't run right now. I have a little bit of an injury.
It's okay.
But, it's
What kind of injury? We're both runners. Joel will chime in. What have you got? I'll tell you how to fix it.
my knee.
Yeah.
I was going to wear my knee brace, but I'm wearing a dress, and I figure it's really it'll catch your eye in the wrong place when we're talking.
Pictures or it didn't happen. So what are you? How did you hurt your knee? What did you do? Okay, maybe are there
embarrassed.
personal questions I should not ask?
I'll respond off the air because it's actually really funny.
Trisha beat me. How did she hurt her knees? No, because I'm fond of being able to tell people about this stuff. A lot of people don't realize that everything is connected. The biomechanical connection between your toes and the bones in your feet and your heel and your ankle, all the way up the chain, are all connected. And 99% of the time, the problems that you have can be solved with the right shoe insert, the right insole in your shoe.
Okay.
So what kind do you have? What do you?
Shoe?
Yeah. What insoles are you using?
Oh, I just use the regular.
Whatever came with the shoe?
Yeah, and then I switch out my shoes every 3 to 6 months,
That's
depending
smart.
on the number of miles I put on.
Yeah. I mean, that's
so like
easy.
3 to 6 months or up to 500 miles?
There's, I will send you a little bit later on. Okay, and for those of you that are this Inside Radio, if you don't know it, if you are a runner, I believe that the manufacturers suspect that the first thing that you're going to do when you get the shoe is pull the sole out of that shoe and replace it with a good one. If you're at Foot Locker, wherever it is that you're buying your shoes online, always get an insert for the shoes because it will give your feet a little bit more protection.
Noble has it's memory foam inside, but if I feel like because I run a lot, it wears rather quickly.
Get new ones all the time.
Is it Saucony? I was pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah, Saucony. I've heard different.
They're really good. I love the roll at the bottom. I have the Pro Endorphin 3.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, so you get a lot of return energy coming out.
So I feel like I'm going faster.
So when is Maniello going to be having a 5K?
You know what? They were actually in the, they planned one for last year. And then, things got busy.
Yeah.
So I would love to plan one. I know it's so hard to get in a date because the running club is so busy.
It has gotten to a point, and it happened. I thought it would happen faster, but when it did finally happen, it happened with a vengeance. All of us. It was July of last year. We were remarking we'd gone from a 5K a month or maybe 2 5Ks a month, and then we were starting to get back into a calendar where we were seeing 2 and 3 a weekend, and that's where we are now. And a lot of people saying, "Oh, tell you what, the morning is busy. Can we do a run in the afternoon?" And there's a lot of guys that are out there.
Sunset runs.
Yeah, sunset runs, things like that. So I mean, there's a lot of opportunities, and maybe we can go and find Coach Joe and see if the other running group might be able to help out as well.
Nice.
The Guam Track and Field.
That'll be great. That'll be great because I was thinking, we're kids, we have little kids, and maybe we can do like a donut mile. Like instead of a beer mile, we do a donut mile. Cater to the kids more. Try to do something different. I'm not afraid of trying something new. You always just got to try and put it out there.
Yeah.
Donuts.
Gotcha. So what else you guys? I mean, this is obviously a big fundraiser for Maniello. What else you guys got going on down the road? Anything big after the holidays?
Well, this is our signature event. So and then all we do is we have January is mentoring month. And so, if people are interested in becoming a mentor, you're always welcome to come and sign up. There's a little bit of a process because we have to vet people before, we pair them up to a child. But if people want to do a group mentoring day, we also encourage that. So if your organization says, "Hey, Maniello, we want to get the team together, do a team building for your organization, but also give back to the community," we can have a field day and get the kids together. We've done it at Two Gardens. Play sports, couple of hours. You get to meet great kids.
Dude, have you hooked up with the pickleball people?
I have not.
Dude, you gotta hook up. Go and find Ronnie Conley.
Okay.
Yeah, Ronnie's the go-to. She used to be the boss of the shop at USO for 100 years. But she's like super pickleball ambassador here on Guam. They just brought out a guy and what was his? I can't remember his name, but he's like the #1 pickleball guy in his age group and just #1 pickleball guy in the world. He came out here for a couple of some clinics. So pickleball, fastest growing sport in the nation. Very, very quick growing sport here on Guam. And I think it might be fun to go and find someplace where we've got workable tennis courts or workable court facilities like a mayor's office and bring these kids out there and teach them this sport. It's supposed to be Bob and Connie Bartonico, right? She's Army. But anyway, they went through COVID playing pickleball.
Okay.
And never put on a pound.
Wow.
I mean, it's supposed to be a really great exercise. Although my friend Randy Landis says that the problem with pickleball is you go there, expecting to get exercise and working out, but everybody brings food, so it's a big social event as well. I'm just saying, if you want to, if you're looking at a sport, have you also Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada from over at the funeral home?
Yes.
That would be a great place for a field trip.
I love them. I love them so much.
Come on, you want to go. You want to see what's inside. What goes on here? Show me what happens when we turn on the oven. That's what I want to know. Can we put chicken in there and we'll make lunch or something? I'm just kidding. Not really. Not really. Are you also likewise looking for volunteers? We were talking about mentoring and things like that.
Yeah.
That's one thing on a one-to-one basis or maybe a group basis, but there's all kinds of other things that need doing. And from time to time, I know that Maniello has actual events where these underserved members of the community are, and it requires some heavy lifting, transportation, logistics, things like that.
We've done dolphin watching, and what we try to do, especially if we bring the children out on the boat in the water, we want to make sure they have a one-to-one, right, to make sure everybody's safe. So when we do events, what I'll be doing is I'll be updating our social media, and if you're a subscriber to our newsletter, I'll also be sending out call-outs. So when we do have events like hiking or a boat charter or whatever it is, then if you want to volunteer, you send in your information, you call our office, and you can join, and it's all paid for.
Dude, you said hiking.
Hiking, they've taken the kids hiking.
Okay, so I know some very adventurous hikers that are affiliated with an outfit called Southern Mountain Gear. Matt, Andrew, listening. This sounds like something that would be fun. Take them over to Southern Mountain Gear, and if they need anything, gloves or whatever, we'll see what we can do.
They have a great run every Tuesday, right?
Every Tuesday, downtown Agutnia. Yes, a big 5K that they do around the village, and then everybody shows up over at Carabao. Yeah, well then.
I see it quite a bit. I can't go running though. I'll just go walk.
Yeah, no, Mike could go with you. We'll see how it plays out. Websites, Instagrams. How do people find you on the web?
So it's manielu.org. So it's manelu.org. Our Instagram is manielu.gu.
Okay.
Sorry, it's my raspy voice today is really getting to me. I wasn't part of the singing group last night though. And then we also have
I missed the singing. I was the responsible one and left at a reasonable hour.
Oh,
yes.
Define reasonable.
It was before the second wave of load shedding hit. It was just before 9 when I took off.
We actually stayed back. There was someone got actually stuck in the mud. The car got stuck, so we had to help pull them. I mean, not like pull them out.
I can see you doing it.
And if they were like, it was. I only took a few pictures. I'll share with you later.
Right on. Pictures or it didn't happen. And a note from my buddy Andrew over at Southern Mountain Gear says, "I'm listening. Yes, bring them by." Because you talk about some of these kids that maybe have never been outside of a concrete building or their apartment block or whatever, and you can take them into the boondocks, and you'd be surprised within about 10 or 15 minutes of a nice little smart walk in the boonies. There's waterfalls. There's beautiful rivers out there. There's all kinds of artifacts that these kids can see that maybe they had no idea that they were out there. And I know guys that know where all of the good stuff is kept. And who knows? I mean, it might actually turn these kids on to a healthy outdoors lifestyle that they can follow around for the rest of their lives. So when you go on the boat, what do you wear? In bikini? Pictures or it didn't happen?
Unfortunately, I didn't get invited to those events. Somebody has to do the office work.
Dana and Hermano Keeney, 9:31 in the morning. Listen, unless there's anything else that we've missed, is there? Did we miss anything? Is there anything that you need to let people know about?
No. If you want more information, you can call us at 789-1265. We are located in Tamuning. And we hope to see everybody there. We've been having a great turnout over the past few years. Again, we sold out last year, so we're going to try to pre-sell and make sure we can accommodate everyone. So just come out and join us. It's going to be a great time. You can get your hair done, do some, cookie decorating, meet some amazing people. And, if you're interested, you can sign up to be a mentor that day as well.
That'll be perfect. It is available on the Point calendar. You're going to have to click where it says more events and just go to the 28th, and all of the information that you need is right there. That's the way we set it up. I've got it up on the screen, so those of you that are putting together events like this that might be curious about how to get it in, what's it look like, et cetera, that's exactly it. If you're watching on the visuals here, you can see where it says Breakfast with Santa. All the details are in there, and if you click on that, it'll take you to a place where you can get telephone information, websites, and email addresses. Yes. We make it as simple as we possibly can, and it's absolutely free. Absolutely free. And then the other thing, you want another benefit? Number one, you send it up to me. I try to get these things verified and authorized within about a half hour, 45 minutes, depending on whether I get it in nap time or not. But it also shows up on Boss 104's calendar and the one for The Point. So you're getting all three of our radio stations. No, thank you for coming in. Carl with a K, Pangolina watching. Frank, ZVT from the Running Club is online. Regina from GVB hanging out. Jonathan Ramos says, I'm on the fly list this year for OCD. Super excited. Thanks, John.
Oh,
Scott Nelson, Lou Mendiola, and Jose Martinez, who says croissant waffles are awesome and can hardly wait to try them. TC, as in TC's in charge, says great job, Dee and Ray. And we'll talk about happy hour a little bit later on. 9:33 in the morning. Now's a good time to take a break. Dana, thank you so much. Daphne's hot sister Dana in the studio to come in and talk about breakfast with Santa. And anytime you got something going on with Maniello, don't wait for an invitation. Just
I will let you know.
Just bang on the door and say, I'm coming in to talk on the radio with Ray, and we'll take care of all of the rest of it. We got to take the break and find out what the big deal is, the top 3 or so stories from our friends over at KUAM TV.
Buenas and Holiday Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday, December 5th. Taiwan's President Ching Dai-lai wrapping up his tours in the Marshall Islands, making his first official state visit since he took office earlier this year. Last night, he arrived on Guam for a 1-day stop before moving on to Palau. As reported, China has condemned his layovers on U.S. soil. Taiwan's defense military now reportedly monitoring Chinese military for signs of retaliation. Matsuki Hirayama has the details. You can watch it right now on our YouTube channel. Up next, she tried her best. The Dededo mother, sentenced to 3 years in prison in connection to the death of her baby boy, was emotional both inside and outside the courtroom. Defendant Giltanen Ramangu briefly speaking with KUAM after learning her fate in the Superior Court. Nick Delgado has that story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News Facebook page. And Guam is serving as the host island for the annual Pacific Island Association of Libraries, Archives, and Museums Conference. Nevaeh Anderson brings us to the Guam Museum, where talks are ongoing, all in the spirit of preserving indigenous culture and values. You can watch that story right now on our YouTube channel. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscasts on our YouTube channel as well as our Facebook page. And don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonathan Charfris, KUAM News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Holiday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Holiday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Holiday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. $1 soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo. 30 local artists from OBRA Guam Art Group present their annual art exhibit themed Guaidza Guahan, starting Sunday, December 1st at 1 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall, first floor, Concourse 3, across Island ePro. With over 100 pieces of art, this year's exhibit features local artists representing a diverse array of cultural and ethnic backgrounds. Get something special for Christmas, a one-of-a-kind art piece. The exhibit runs from December 1st to the 15th at the Micronesia Mall. Don't miss it.
Time 9:37. It's the Ray Gibson Show until I don't know when we going to 10, right? That's the plan.
All the way
to 10 o'clock this morning. All right, we'll work through that. Yes, Andrew, I will make the appropriate connections. 888-825-5888 TALK. That's the telephone. You want to connect up with me? That's how you do it. I want to say thanks to everybody sending in the very, very cool memes. And I'm not sure, but there's one I got here. I'm just not sure if I don't know. There's a word is appropriate. Do I want to use this? Is it going to be appropriate? Who sent that in? No, not that one. Not that one. Pirates Cove sent in a thing here. It's Thirsty Thursday, so 20% off beverages. Beverages?
20%?
Hey, how about that? Over at Pirates Cove. Go find yourself down in Epan Way and see what's going on. I think it was Meme Machine Playboy that sent the thing in. I'll see if it's there. There it is. I don't know whether it's appropriate, so I'm just going to assume that it is because it's from the Babylon Bee. And those guys, I mean, they're like super Christian, got a great deal with God going on, and so this is their latest one, and it's a send up from something that we were talking about the other day, and that is Donald Trump talking about hitting Mexico with tariffs and hitting Canada with tariffs because they can't seem to keep track of their side of the border, and so what's his name, Justin Trudeau went to go and visit incoming President Trump, and we don't know. I don't know too much about the nature of that conversation, but all of a sudden there's all this talk now about annexing Canada and making Canada the 51st state of the United States of America. And to a degree, I've been to Canada. I think it's terrific. There's a place. I remember I was going to visit a radio station there. I wanted to see if the equipment that they were using would be adequate for what we wanted to do at the station at the time. So I went up to a place called the Tri-Cities. Doesn't that sound industrial? Doesn't that sound like one of those, this massive, big places at Tri-Cities, Pasco, Kennewick, and something else. And I get up there, and honestly, like driving in the South. It's cow country up there. And you could tell because you needed to roll the windows up and turn on the air conditioner and let it circulate inside the car because outside smelled like cow country. But it was a nice place, and I appreciated going up there because one of the things that I learned about Canada, with very, very few exceptions, these are the nicest people in the world. They are just great. As usual, when I drive in the States or in Canada, I get hopelessly lost. I cannot read those gas station maps, and so I was looking. Like I said, I was on my way to the Tri-Cities, and I kind of took a turn on the trail, and it wasn't working for me. So I found a gas station, and it's almost a cliche. So I'm holding the map and I'm asking the lady about where I needed to turn. How do I get off this road and get on the one that will take me a little bit more directly to the Tri-Cities? And she starts showing it to me. And then there's a guy that's buying a soda or something like that. He said, no, that's not the way you want to go. What you want to do here is you want to get on this road. You drive down the road another 500 feet, and then you want to take a left-hand turn. And it's like instructions like on Guam. Okay, so there's this rusty old tractor there. You want to turn at where the tractor is, and then you follow that road there for another, I don't know, mile, a good mile. You want to follow that for a good mile, and there was another guy, truck driver. He said, no, this. And before you knew it, there were like 5 guys standing over my map, giving me 5 different sets of directions on how to get to the Tri-Cities. I picked the shortest one, and as it turns out, it worked. But these were just the nicest people, taking some time out of their day and just kind of getting involved, helping somebody out. Oh, by the way, just because it's an interesting side piece to the story, the lady behind the counter, Filipina.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah.
They're like you
we know
in,
that. We know lumpia.
Look right at the face. Kumusta? Kumusta ka? Is everything okay? Watch Just for Laughs on YouTube. Try those pranks on Guam. You will understand why Canadians are very nice. Okay, I will. And then there's what's the TV show I like to watch with the Canadian hillbillies? Letterkenny. If you get a chance, give it a shot. Where was I? I needed to figure out how we were going to sort of close out the program, but I was talking about Canada, and this is what Keith sent me from States. From Babylon Bee, Trump announces plans to annex Canada and rename it Gay North Dakota. How about
Perfect name.
Yeah, and we'll bring everybody, all the family. We got Alaska over here, Hawaii, and the United States mainland, and then most of Canada. Just FYI, it's just the way it's drawn. Canada really isn't that big. Right? But anyway, so take a look at that and see where all of the fun takes you. I have not done the giveaway.
No, that's right. The Carpenters.
9:40. Well, it might have been a Carpenters
yesterday
giveaway.
once more.
I don't know. Wow. Okay. This has nothing to do with 70s music. Sorry, it's I'm shooting from the hip here. I'm shooting from the hip. I might give you a couple of clues just up in the send-up. I've got 2 tickets to the big GMA fundraiser, that's Guam Medical Association fundraiser. It will feature music from ABBA, the Carpenters, Fifth Dimension, Mamas and the Papas, and you're saying, Ray, there's people in the Carpenters and the Mamas and the Papas, they're dead. How are they going to do that? It's a cover band coming in from... States, from Las Vegas, which is in Nevada. Maybe you've heard of it. And they're going to be coming out here and wowing everybody. December the 17th, Hyatt Regency Guam. Doors will open at 6. The show starts at 7. These are for the cocktail show. They're $50 a piece. I'm giving you 2 of them. $50 a piece. I'm giving you 2. And you'll need, in order to win this, you'll need to answer this trivia question. I don't think, since I'm shooting from the hip here, guys, I don't think I'll be able to dress this up with choice A, B, or C. I might need you to do this just kind of off the top of your head based on clues that I give you. So, the average one of these lasts just 5 days. It's in your house. It's in your office. It's, well, how else do I want to say that? You can buy it, it costs you less. You can buy it, pay less, but it's cheaper, it costs you less. Here's another one. You remember in the beginning of COVID when we bought all of them? The average one of these lasts 5 days. 888-8255, 888-TALK.
God, I'm stumped.
There was a run on them, on all of the stores here, stateside, maybe around the round world. And people weren't buying bottled water, getting ready for the COVID panic. They did not buy Spam and Biscuitsu and that kind of thing. They bought these instead. And the average one of them lasts just 5 days. If you think you know the answer, 888-8255, 888-TALK. $100 worth of you going and enjoying a night of incredible music with all your favorite doctors and medical folks. Line 1, what's your name?
Mark.
Mark, congratulations. I feel like you're going to get this. The average one lasts about 5 days. You can buy it at cost you less. I bought 2 of the big ones just recently, and everybody was buying these up at the beginning of COVID. What are we talking about?
Rolls of toilet paper.
You're absolutely right, Mark. Congratulations. I'm going to put your name on the back of these, and you can come by the radio station anytime between now.
Wait, you can make a roll last 5 days? What?
Obviously, you don't have any kids.
Right. If you got kids or women in the house, there's no way. And people are going to say, "Oh my God, that's Ray being chauvinistic and misogynist, et cetera, et cetera." Come on, ladies, you guys go through toilet paper like Grant took Richmond. I mean, it's just amazing. You start off with one on Monday, and then it's all gone, and it's it's all the extra, I suppose, that goes on in the female bathroom experience, and then blowing the nose and taking makeup off and all of those other things. I mean, if you got a woman in the house, guarantee 90% of what's in the trash can in a girl's bathroom is going to be toilet paper. It just is. Women go through this stuff like bacon. Crazy stuff. And Mark, congratulations to you. I'm going to do everything I can to be at this show because this sounds like a great time. All of my favorite songs from a bunch of my favorite artists when I was growing up. They weren't my favorite when I was growing up. Just FYI, you know, I was never, you know, Carpenters was playing because Shelley was in charge of the turntable, and the radio liked to play Mamas and Papas, and, you know, the dawning of a new Aquarius or whatever. Mamas and the Papas. You know, I learned in later life what great singers and great songwriters we had access to back in those days. So I think you and I are going to be singing along to each one of these songs. You and a date, my friend, for $100 worth of tickets. Hold on, and Real Joe is going to say things to you that only winners get to hear, right?
Awesome. Thank you.
No, awesome. Back at you. Okay, I put him on hold. Didn't hang up on him this time. And it's going to be Mark something. Groovy. You know what? I've got more tickets. So if you didn't win today, then don't worry. Over the next couple of days, I'll see if I can give you multiple chances with something maybe a little bit more thought out. And sorry, it's just been a rather interesting day here at the radio station. Among them, and if you're just tuned in this morning, FYI, the governor is apparently already in communication and in talks with a hospital group in states to come out here and manage the new hospital that she told them she was going to do the groundbreaking on before she leaves office in 2026. Now, I know how some of you feel about land condemnation and the debate that's not over about Mangilaw versus Tumuning, but I think the one thing that we can all agree on, and if she does this, then it will be responsive to I think, a lot of people's concerns here on Guam about the management of Guam Memorial Hospital. I know that there are good people at GMH. I've been there. I've seen it. But there's just something so overwhelming about what former Senator and gubernatorial candidate Dennis Rodriguez used to refer to as the systemic issues at Guam Memorial Hospital that prevent it from being able to be all that it can be. And a lot of people have tried to put their finger on it. Some of them have done it successfully. There was a guy named Bill McMillan many years ago, brought in from outside, state-sider guy, had no political connections one way or the other here, didn't know all the big movers and shakers and heavy influencers that we've got here on Guam. And they said, we got one job for you, and that's straighten out Guam Memorial Hospital. And he was one of a couple of guys that put their finger on it and said, there's too many people here. You know, we did this many beds, and we need to be able to administer this many nurses, this many doctors, this many therapists, and in the kitchen. And, you know, we don't need all of the people that we've got here. And started to take steps to do in the military what they call a RIF, a reduction in force. And it was at that time that even people that felt like they were allies of this guy, Bill, and others in the very beginning, all of a sudden pulled out their knives. And it was ugly, the way this guy was rode out on a rail. And there was no love for him. He was even ganged up on, if I'm thinking about this right, he was even ganged up on by a hooey of local doctors that didn't like what they were seeing because it was beginning to dismantle some of their little kingdoms that they had at Guam Memorial Hospital. Believe it, it's true. And this guy was sent away. It was so bad when he tried to get another job, a similar job with another hospital group. He had to reach out to me to get testimony. So there's some kind of a deposition on the nature of his rapid departure from Guam, because even after he left, they didn't put their knives out. They were making all kinds of allegations about this guy, and it was difficult for him to get a gig back. But I digress. The point of that was he made the mistake of calling out the problems at GMH for what they were: too many people not associated with healthcare, primary patient contact, any of that stuff, and he wanted to make changes. And so we've all decided, I think most of us have decided, that continues to be an issue at Guam Memorial Hospital. But how do we get out from under it if GMH itself is an arm of the government? And the answer is you don't. You can't. The only way that we're going to be able to extricate this is if we are in the process of building a new hospital, bring in a private operator. build, operate, maintain, do all of that stuff the same way we've got similar, not the same, similar to the way we've got things with a couple of schools here on Guam. And maybe another way that you can look at it is the way Simon Sanchez talks about public-private partnerships that they've got like in the Power Authority, where, you know what, we could operate these solar farms if we wanted to. We don't want to. We want somebody else to come in and let them build it and let them maintain it and let them sell us the electricity at the rate that we have negotiated. That's their problem forever. Yeah, we might buy it when they're done, or we might do something else with it. But that's the idea. Is after all is said and done, we get a new hospital. Third-party people are coming in and operating it, in the very least to break even, maybe even to make a couple of dollars. So it seems like a good business deal to them, and we get access to an outfit that, according to certain listeners of the radio station, have already chimed in on this, have either done the research or were familiar with Keck Medical Center with USC. USC, is that like University of Southern California? We talking about those guys? Aren't they the same dudes that might be either them or UCLA? I got to check my doctor buddies that came in with that camera pill that I took so I could see my innards. You remember which? It was one of those major university groups that they were out with.
They're all medical campuses.
Exactly. So if that's what you're up to, I'll back you up on this one here. If you're already starting to talk to somebody about being the third party that takes over and runs our hospital and gets it out from under the government of Guam, I'll back you on that. And then it will also come with all kinds of other good things. If we're not blowing money hand over fist at GMH, that means that there's money that we can spend on our own kind of public health mechanics and things like that. Maybe more for veterans and their health care needs, or veterans and their mental health needs as it comes up. Just saying, we got all kinds of money that we don't have to blow over there. Then there's all kinds of places where we can put it now. 9:53 in the morning. Did I take the last break already?
No, you didn't.
I did not.
No.
Should I?
You should.
I will. Okay, here it comes, the break.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
My turn. No, right? You're supposed to verify. Yes,
your turn.
I think it is your turn, right?
That's all you read.
At 9:55, while we're on the subject of medicine, a new frontier in cosmetic surgery. Are you ready? I'll tell you in a second. No, because I keep threatening to write out a business proposal to this company, this surgery center in Manila, and all they do is quote cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery we used to call that. So you need, your boobs are too small,
new face.
They give you bigger boobs.
Yeah.
If it's too big, they'll make it smaller. and you don't like where your hair is, they can do the implants in your hair. They can take care of eye bags, do the facelifts, all of that stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of surgery. It's amazing. I saw their rate sheet, and it all looks like, it's reasonable, like $5,000, and then I can get my hairline back over here, right?
Yes.
And so anyway, but I don't know if they do this. It's a new wrinkle in cosmetic surgery. Changing the color of your eyes. Doctors performing the procedure use a laser to cut into your corneas, then widen these incisions, and then fill them with some kind of a dye in your favorite color. If you've ever decided that you wanted to have blue eyes, shocking blue eyes. You know the ones I'm talking about,
piercing,
right? Yeah, piercing blue eyes. This could be the thing. Some people want to subtly alter their appearances. Others say they wanted intentionally unnatural-looking, attention-getting eyes. One patient only had the color of one eye changed, so he'd have the same mismatched eyes as his dog.
Oh, that's cool.
Right?
Yeah.
You remember,
genetic defect.
You remember Michelle Armenta?
She's got that?
She got different colored eyes. Like David Bowie's got different colored eyes. Controversial procedure. It's about $12,000. The effects are permanent, cannot be reversed, and there's only a handful of doctors on the planet that do it. But if you've ever had the desire to change the colors of your eyes, there you go.
What color would you get, Ray?
I don't know. You know what? I don't know that I'd change the color of my eyes.
Yeah.
As much as I'd change the shape of the things. You ever like snake eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. Or wait, goat eyes. Can you make it look like the Tiba eyes? Right?
Yes.
Just saying. Anyway, 9:58 and change. Finally, and I haven't had a chance to read this yet, a story from Guam P. Logroño of the Sun Star in the Philippines, a story about a 63-year-old blind masseuse.
Here we go.
Who is in jail after a female customer accused him of touching her private parts. For heaven's sake, he's blind. The suspect currently detained in the Yawan police station following a complaint filed by his 23-year-old hot victim. According to her, the masseuse allegedly touched her private parts twice during a massage session Monday, December the 2nd, at a massage parlor in Barangay Yawan. Out in Cebu. Not much else on the story. I suppose, though, the gentle warning that you should take care when selecting a masseuse. I'm wondering if this guy used the same line as the guy from around here. This pleases the ancestors. You think. Anyway, something to watch out for, or maybe there's a market for that kind of thing, a blind masseuse. There's got to be something zen, something spiritual about it. You know what I mean? But anyway, if you don't know what I mean, that's it. Tattoo Shauna says, that's how David got me. I'm a sucker for light-colored eyes. The more you know. 9:59 and change, closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning. Another fantastic and incredible and adventurous Ray Gibson show is in the can. Again, media people on Guam, journalists, I'll give you the credit for the story tomorrow, but you need to hook up with somebody over at the governor's office, and if they're not too tired from staying up late picking up the Taiwanese president, find out what they can tell you about plans to have Keck involved with the hospital here on Guam, a third party. I think it's a great idea, and tell them that you heard me talking about it on the radio here. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. KUSG got you 93.3. Peak is best 4 times. I'm telling you. Thanks, Justin. Good to see you there.
The cyber attack more widespread. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The White House says at least 8 U.S. telecom firms and dozens of countries have been impacted by a Chinese hacking campaign.
Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger telling reporters officials believe the hack was regionally targeted to focus on U.S. government officials, that only a small number of Americans' phone calls and texts have been compromised, including the communications of senior U.S. officials and prominent political figures, but they do not believe this includes any classified communications. She goes on to say impacted companies are all responding, but none have fully